thinking that somehow it would be a gateway to a better life. I mean, it's just a gateway to the end screen. It's not really good. There's no respawning once the big sleep happens, is all I'm gonna say. But yeah, this is a lengthy article about how this person has actually found God. And to be fair, I have no issue with, again, people finding God, obviously, especially if it helps them, right? Like, it seems like I guess for this person, it really did help them. Now, of course, if it leads to talking about things like
In one fell swoop, Final Fantasy VII had taken role playing games from a niche among niches to a palatable genre in the West. And it did this with gusto, raising the bar for the medium's visual presentation and expanding its storytelling horizons. Finally, Square had an international hit that was able to meet the company's lofty expectations. And while work had already begun on the series' 8th installment, even before the 7th's Japanese release, the latter's historic success and widespread acclaim left all of those enraptured by it asking one question. Could lightning strike twice? Final Fantasy VII's success cannot be overstated. After only 2 days of availability, it had sold over 2 million units in Japan, and it would be the nation's second best-selling game that year, with more than 3.53 million sales when including the international re-release in October. Meanwhile, in North America, where Final Fantasy VI had sold only 400,000 copies, compared to the 2.55 million that had sold in Japan, Final Fantasy VII would sell more than 1 million copies by early December. It was a bona fide hit around the world, thanks in part to the proliferation of anime and Sony's multi-million-dollar marketing campaign for the title. Demand for the game had in turn driven up demand for Sony's PlayStation, which would see a massive leap in sales that same year, going from roughly 11 million units sold worldwide in January to over 28 million by the end of the year. There's an argument to be made that Final Fantasy VII's Western success was a direct result of its ambitious use of pre-rendered cinematics, and the marketing campaign which emphasized them. It's a cynical assertion, though not an unfounded one, and while it could be argued that the visuals were what got people interested in a game which they would ultimately love for reasons beyond its fidelity, it would be those very strides in computer graphics which would usher in a new era for Square. As Final Fantasy VII neared the end of its development, producer and series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi would propose to CG supervisor Kazuyuki Hashimoto that their next step shouldn't be another game, but rather a Final Fantasy feature film. Square's president, Tomoyuki Takeichi, concurred with Sakaguchi's idea, sensing that cutting-edge graphics would become a greater point of focus in the games industry in the years to come, and establishing a studio to produce CG films would give the company a leg up on using that same technology for their games. Moreover, Hashimoto, Sakaguchi, and Takeichi had ambitions of turning Square into more than just a video game company. They wanted to serve a wide array of digital entertainment, enough to someday stand beside global powerhouses such as the Walt Disney Company. While most of Square's staff had a month-long vacation following Final Fantasy VII's completion, Kazuyuki Hashimoto was not among them. Instead, he was hurriedly working to secure an office and studio space in Hawaii for a new branch of the company, Square Pictures. Hawaii was chosen for its proximity to both Japan and America, a rough midpoint for talent from both sides of the Pacific to meet and produce the film. Meanwhile, the earliest stages of development for Final Fantasy VIII had already begun, but Sakaguchi's mind was made up. He was moving to Honolulu to direct the movie. He told Yoshinori Kitase, who had directed both Final Fantasy VI and VII, that he and the team could do whatever they wanted with FF8, and to make it their own. He would still check in on the development and give notes, but for the first time, Hironobu Sakaguchi would not be directly involved in development of the game series he had created, opting instead to produce from a distance. In his stead would be Shinji Hashimoto, who had previously acted as a publicity producer for Final Fantasy VII. From the start, Kitase knew that he wanted Final Fantasy VIII to be tonally distinct from its predecessor, dialing back the seriousness and weight for a much lighter narrative. While trying to figure out what setting could facilitate this, he and character designer Tetsuya Nomura began to reminisce on their time as students, and they quickly realized that a story about kids in school fit the bill. From there, Nomura would sketch an early version of the game's main protagonist, a stern young man with long hair and a prominent facial scar, with his general design being inspired by the late actor River Phoenix. While the inspiration wasn't understood by his colleagues, the design would act as the foundation for the wider setting beyond the school, with Kitase looking to answer the question of what kind of world would produce such a character. As the series had evolved, the game's settings and locales had crept ever closer into modernity. High-concept science fiction technology had been a staple since the beginning, but usually as a fringe element. Final Fantasy VI saw the series experience its own industrial revolution, and VII would bring us a world not entirely unlike our own. While this wasn't inherently a bad thing, Kitase and Nomura knew that the fantasy part of Final Fantasy needed to be preserved, with Nomura specifically feeling that the more mystical and fantastical aspects of the series had been falling by the wayside as in-universe technology became more of a focus. Final Fantasy VIII's world would still feature elements of futurism in its architecture and aesthetics, but they aimed to have a world where, in Kitase's words, quote, "Behind it all, it's dominated by fantasy and fantastic elements." To accomplish this, Kitase looked toward fairy tales to imbue the world and story with a particular whimsy. In one of the earliest development meetings, while they were still figuring out what the game would be, he told Nomura that he wanted to revisit an idea that the artist had pitched during the earliest days of VII's development: a sorceress. Nomura was more than delighted to revisit this concept, as he felt that an antagonist whose power was rooted entirely in mysticism was the counterbalance they needed for this near-future setting. Gradually, disparate ideas were coalescing into a game which could stand apart from its predecessor, and while Kitase personally didn't feel pressured to live up to VII's success, its shadow still loomed large over the project, and player feedback towards VII would ultimately still affect VIII. After Final Fantasy VII's Japanese release, scenario writer Kazushige Nojima used his bonus to buy a PC. He was excited to be able to browse online forums and message boards to read direct feedback and commentary from players, but the comments which stuck with him most were less than kind. To read posts lambasting his work as being emotionally manipulative and too reliant on flashbacks was heartbreaking to him, even if they were in the minority. This feedback would inform Nojima's approach to writing Final Fantasy VIII's scenario, while Kitase would bring back one of his own early pitches for VII's story, regularly shifting perspectives between two characters in different time periods. Nojima wanted to focus more on the present to emotionally engage players as the narrative plays out. Nojima wasn't the only member of the team moved by player feedback, however. During development, Kitase would reflect on what many fans had expressed in reviews and fan letters about Final Fantasy VII, specifically that the core RPG loop of fight enemies, earn money and experience, level up, repeat, had grown tired. Not only would these concerns be taken seriously, but the call to inject fresh ideas into Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay systems would be answered by series veteran Hiroyuki Ito, creator of the active time battle system that the series had used since its fourth installment. Unlike much of the rest of the team, Ito hadn't worked on Final Fantasy VII. He had instead been working under Yasumi Matsuno on Final Fantasy Tactics. As such, he didn't feel the same sort of pressure as others. But he wasn't unaware of what was done for VII and its materia system, which he felt was already fairly complex. An aspect of VII's development workflow that he focused on was how every single weapon that the party could equip was individually modeled, and how time-consuming that process likely was. This led him to wonder if he could devise a system which would incite the same feeling in players as getting a new weapon without needing to model dozens of them. This would be the impetus for the new Junction system, which would see players equipping magic to their weapons and armor to give them new properties. Magic itself would become itemized, eliminating the need for MP, with multiple methods of acquisition. Ito wanted players to really think about how they build their party through their junctions, and was willing to go against convention to do it. He knew it was highly experimental, and work on the system was fairly slow due to the development workflow that came with 3D game design. Whereas he could have made a mock-up of a system within a day on the Super Famicom, when working with the PlayStation for Final Fantasy VIII, he would have to wait about a month to be able to implement and test his ideas. As a result, he couldn't do as much with the battle system as he had hoped. For all the woes that new technologies had brought on some of the development team, they were still able to push the envelope further than they had with the last game. From the beginning, it was decided that the chibi character models of Final Fantasy VII would be discarded in favor of those with more realistic proportions, and motion capture would be used to help make them more expressive than before. The technology, while still in its infancy, wasn't exactly new. A rudimentary form of it had been used infrequently in the games industry in the preceding decade, usually for fighting games. The first two Tekken games, for example, used a basic magnetic cable system to capture a portion of an actor's motion data to use as reference. It wasn't long before the idea to use mocap was extended to 8's pre-rendered cinematics, both to continue to convey more complex and subtle expression, as well as to keep the movie team from getting bored. As development on Final Fantasy VIII proceeded in Tokyo, so too would production of the Final Fantasy movie in Hawaii. Despite his busy schedule, Sakaguchi would take the time to check in on the game's development and offer notes and feedback, and the few tidbits that have been divulged in the years since weren't the most complimentary. Quote, "To be honest, when I heard their idea to write the game like a high school drama, I was concerned. But having told them they could go in their own direction, I couldn't very well take it back." End quote. It wasn't just the basic high school premise Sakaguchi wasn't keen on. He would also try to steer Katase away from using realistically proportioned characters in favor of the traditional chibi style. While Katase would ultimately win out, the art style debate would drive Sakaguchi to initiate another project parallel to both FF8 and his movie, though that's a story for another time. But this was not the end of Sakaguchi's contributions to Final Fantasy VIII. According to Kazushige Nojima, at some point during development, Sakaguchi had begun to tout love as being the game's core theme. While not entirely inaccurate, as from the earliest stages the story had been centered on two teenagers falling in love, Nojima found the assertion to be somewhat limiting, yet the idea eventually stuck, and he was left to interpret exactly how to define and expand upon that concept. All the while, he and the rest of the team were doing their best to be mindful of how much of their own cultural norms they were imbuing into the game, its story, the characters, and the writing, though Katase would admit that some of these things still snuck through. Quote, "We didn't make any special considerations or attention to appeal to the Western user. However, we've tried not to include very Japanese elements of emotion or reaction from the beginning when we made the Japanese version. However, some traditional behavioral reactions still remain, and after we finished the story, we noticed that, yes, this is very Japanese." End quote. As its Japanese release date grew closer, excitement for Final Fantasy VIII was growing to a fever pitch. Famitsu readers would begin to look forward to it more than the then-upcoming Dragon Quest VII, a release date for which had yet to be announced. Pre-order numbers would skyrocket throughout January, with approximately 200,000 of nearly 1 million convenience store pre-sales being made in a single week. And that was before Square's DigiCube subsidiary began accepting online pre-orders on January 20th. The stars would further align with the announcement of a price cut for the PlayStation, from 18,000 yen, already less than half of its initial 39,800 yen launch price, down to 15,000. By then, the console had already sold over 50 million units worldwide, with over 14 million in Japan alone. With the Nintendo 64 floundering, and Sega retiring the Saturn for the Dreamcast in 1998, Sony had become the biggest fish in the pond. It seemingly didn't matter what else was coming out that winter. It was a foregone conclusion that Final Fantasy VIII would be a massive success when it would be released in Japan on February 11th, 1999. And while hype for the game was similarly high in the West, The North American market that Square had so coveted was on the precipice of some major shifts, both within and beyond Square's walls. When Sony offered to publish Final Fantasy VII in North America and Europe, part of the agreement was that they would also publish 5 other Square titles in North America. The last game in this arrangement would be released in May 1998, and with their publishing deal set to expire, Square would need to either establish the infrastructure to publish their own games internationally themselves, as they had done during the Super Nintendo era, or find a new partner to shoulder the burden. While it initially seemed like Square would be partnering with Eidos for this, as they were already working on their PC port of FF7 and meetings were being held, they would ultimately enter a joint venture with Electronic Arts. The result was Square Electronic Arts LLC, who would be publishing Square titles in North America, and Electronic Arts Square KK, which would publish EA games in Japan. This was initiated by EA's then president and chief operating officer, John Riccitiello, who saw the success of Final Fantasy VII and wanted a piece of the pie. EA lobbied hard to get the publishing rights for a PC version of Final Fantasy VIII when the game was still in early development, and it was during this time when Tomoyuki Takeichi was weighing their options for international distribution. This was when Square's former president and majority shareholder, Masafumi Miyamoto, suggested partnering with EA. In their press release announcing the partnership in spring 1998, Square EA spokesperson Lisa Ahern emphasized EA's, quote, extensive distribution infrastructure and strong retail relationships as being significant boons gained through their cooperation. She would also assuage any worries about mergers and acquisitions in comments to GameSpot, wherein she would also note that Square was interested in going multi-platform. The notion was a bit of a curveball, as Square had been married to only a single platform at a time for nearly a decade, but between the then upcoming PC port of Final Fantasy VII and partnering with a company that was well known for publishing games for every platform under the sun, well, except for the Saturn because of the shenanigans going on with Sega, it didn't seem so far-fetched. Both of these new subsidiaries would boast a 70-30 ownership split that was favorable to the foreign party. Square would own 70% of Square EA, while EA would own 70% of EA Square. Square EA wouldn't waste much time bringing their games across the Pacific, with Parasite Eve, Xenogears, Bushido Blade 2, and Brave Fencer Musashi all being released in North America between September and November 1998. This expedience was partially a result of new localization practices within Square following the Western release of Final Fantasy VII. When that game became a rousing success worldwide, the developers and executives in Japan finally realized that localization shouldn't just be an afterthought. They should always be a part of the development process. This ethos had been championed by Richard Honeywood, who joined the company's meager localization department shortly before FF7's US release. Though he originally applied for a programming position and was even briefly brought into the Final Fantasy team by Ken Narita, Honeywood would instead jump at the opportunity to help establish a full localization team in Tokyo to work in parallel with a team in Costa Mesa. At the time, the Tokyo team consisted of only himself and localization producer Aiko Ito, who had previously assisted on the localizations of Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Super Mario RPG, as well as French and German versions of Secret of Mana. Meanwhile, the only translator over at the US office was Michael Baskett, who was barely on top of his workload, while the QA department hardly existed. But there were plenty of issues on the Tokyo side too, and Honeywood would find this out the hard way on his first day at the office. His very first assignment was to produce a localized version of Chocobo's Dungeon all by himself, but by the end of his first day, he realized that this task would be untenable. The source code was incomplete, and there were no backups of the final version, meaning that any plans of bringing the game to other territories were dead in the water. But it was also the impetus for having the developers start making backups of their code so that localization could even happen in the first place. Ultimately, Honeywood and Ito would ask the programmers to help them out with the technical side of their localization work, while project leads were planning out their next project. This was merely the beginning, though, as over time, as more of the company's shortcomings regarding localization became apparent, more staff would be onboarded into the department to check translation quality, liaison with the developers in a timelier fashion, and even develop their own software tools to streamline the process. By the time work on Final Fantasy VIII's localization had started, however, the Costa Mesa localization team had grown larger than Honeywood's in Tokyo, and so the game's text would be handled in California. While Honeywood, Ito, and others would help to plan and coordinate the project from Tokyo, the translators, Yutaka Sano, Ryosuke Taketomi, Maki Yamane, and Alexander O. Smith, weren't given much to work with. As Smith himself would recall in a 2009 interview with Gamasutra, quote, "We would get a copy of the game, and we would say, well, what about the files? And they would say, oh, I don't think you need those. So we all bought Game Sharks. Literally on Final Fantasy VIII, we were playing our own game and hacking it with Game Sharks for the translation. It was very sad." End quote. Despite this faux pas, Honeywood was confident in the Costa Mesa team's abilities. They would bring the main translators to Tokyo to work directly on key scenes, and assign 2 editors to clean up their work and give it a consistent voice. While the overall process had definitely come a long way in a couple short years, with improved communication between all parties, the need to purchase cheat devices to easily access the in-game text could have easily been avoided. What they couldn't avoid, however, was the encroachment of the next generation of consoles. While there was certainly buzz surrounding the Dreamcast, Sega's poor handling of the Saturn in the territory had left industry confidence in them diminished. This was only worsened with the announcement of the PlayStation 2 in March 1999, which led to a division between those who saw the Dreamcast as being dead in the water, and others who saw the console as Sega's triumphant return to form, all before it even left Japan. Of course, the Dreamcast was still an impressive piece of kit, and had more than a year's head start in all regions before the PS2 would hit the market. This early lead would be buoyed in North America by an impressive launch lineup, a competitive $199 price tag that put its predecessor to shame, and a built-in modem to play games with others online right out of the box. Sega were ready to prove that they could still compete, and pulled out all the stops to market their latest console, drilling its release date into the cerebellums of any who so much as glanced at a magazine or TV screen that year. September 9th, 1999. 9/9/99, the same day as Final Fantasy VIII. Of course, the looming shadow of the PlayStation 2 tempered fervor for the Dreamcast. The console boasted specs which, on paper, blew the Dreamcast out of the water, and real-time tech demos from the likes of Namco, From Software, and Polyphony Digital only seemed to further dull the Dreamcast's sheen. One of these demos would even be a recreation of Final Fantasy VIII's ballroom scene, using the same models created for the game's pre-rendered FMV sequences. As Sega and Sony were preparing to trade blows once again, Nintendo were off in their own corner with the N64. The console had been hindered by the decision to stick with cartridges, and wasn't as successful as either of its predecessors, but this sales deficiency would be remediated by the juggernaut success of Pokémon. The original red and green versions of the game hit number 3 in Famitsu sales charts the week of their release in February 1996, but sales not only stayed strong, but exploded past this initial release window. With the addition of an updated blue version, Pokémon sold a combined 1.66 million units by the end of 1996, becoming Japan's best-selling game of the year, and it just kept going. Another 3.65 million sales in 1997 ensured they kept that top spot, and they would continue to be a mainstay on Famitsu's top 30 sales chart for over 100 weeks, from the original release of Red and Green in February 1996 all the way until March 1998. The series would spawn a multimedia franchise in Japan, with a trading card game and anime series being merely the tip of the iceberg. And in 1998, Nintendo would export the series around the world to even greater success. In the barely 3 months that Pokémon Red and Blue were available in the United States that year, they had sold over 4 million copies, and children everywhere were now having the same communal experiences with these games as Japanese children had for the past 2 years. Trading, battling, sharing tips on where to find rare Pokémon in the wild, and of course, spreading rumors of all types. I was there. I saw it. I was part of it. Pokemon was an inescapable phenomenon. In one fell swoop, Pokemon had revitalized the geriatric Game Boy, created the largest multimedia franchise in the world, and would introduce a whole new generation of players to not just video games, but to the RPG genre. And among all of this, there was Final Fantasy VIII, waiting in the wings. While they didn't have Sony marketing money anymore, Square still went all in on advertising the latest entry in their biggest franchise. In 1998, they bundled a demo of the game with Brave Fencer Musashi. In 1999, that demo was included on one of Pizza Hut's demo discs, and the reception was somewhat mixed. Fans took to Usenet and internet forums to voice their thoughts on it, with some being intrigued, others finding it clunky, and others still finding their opinions shifting as they continued to play it. As the release drew closer, the marketing became more ever-present. TV commercials, magazine ads, even a promotion with Toyota to win a 2000 Echo. But between a somewhat divided fanbase, curious players who missed the boat on Final Fantasy VII, younger players who had gotten their feet wet with Pokemon, the PlayStation 2 on the horizon, and the Dreamcast launching on the same day, the exact degree of success that Final Fantasy VIII would enjoy was almost impossible to determine. And so fans steeled themselves for what could be a rare miss when the game finally launched in North America on September 9th, 1999. Like the past few games, Final Fantasy VIII starts with a credit sequence, though this time around it's intercut with black and white stills of the game's cast with their faces out of frame. Set to an original overture, it feels familiar but altogether distinct, giving you an inkling of who these characters are through their physicality and how they're framed. It's understated, but it exudes confidence. But it's when you start a new game that you're greeted with an opening sequence that shoots for the stars. An ominous choir, an orchestral track, and a series of scenes yet to come, all intercut with an intense duel between two young men. It's only after the opening FMV that we learned that this duel was not an abstract premonition of what's to come, but a very literal event that was taking place in the moment. It was a morning sparring match between two students. Squall Leonhardt, who wakes up in an infirmary after the opening, and Cypher Almazy, his hot-headed rival. The two of them are students at Balam Garden, a school which trains teenagers to join SEED, a specialized mercenary organization, as they approach adulthood. Squall and Cypher are among a small group of students who are ready to take their field exam today. If they pass, they officially become SEEDs. The field exam sees the two of them, along with fellow students Zell Dinkt, dispatched to clear the coastal town of Dalet of soldiers from the nation of Galbadia and secure the town square while the local military regroups outside the city. Squall, Zell, and the new transfer student Selphie Tilmit are among the students who passed the exam, but Cypher, who disobeyed orders and abandoned his post and his team, fails because of his inability to follow orders. That night, during their graduation party, Squall keeps his distance from everyone else in the ballroom. Dances and parties aren't his thing, and he doesn't really have any friends. After catching a glimpse of a shooting star, he briefly locks eyes with a young brunette across the floor who saw it as well. She approaches, says he's the best-looking guy here, and drags him out onto the dance floor, where after a minute of awkwardly stumbling as she leads him, Squall finds his footing. The two teens engage in a brief waltz in perfect sync until the young woman abruptly leaves during a fireworks display. The next day, Squall, Zell, and Selphie are dispatched to the city-state of Timber to help a local resistance group, the Forest Owls, fight off occupying Galbadian forces. Among the group is none other than the girl Squall met the previous evening, Rinoa Hartley. They attempt to kidnap the Galbadian president to force a withdrawal, but are fooled by a body double while the real president announces via live TV broadcast that Galbadia's new ambassador will be a sorceress. The broadcast is interrupted by Cypher, who briefly holds the president hostage, but the sorceress quickly lures him away with promises of helping him to become the man he always dreamed of. As the sorceress's influence further ensnares Galbadia, the nation's own garden facility initiates an assassination mission in cooperation with Galbadia's own distinguished General Caraway. But after the mission fails, Sorceress Adia's crosshairs land on Balam Garden and Seed. All the while, the party periodically fall into a deep sleep where they experience the lives of 3 Galbadian soldiers during the Sorceress War with Esthar. And if this new sorceress, Adia, isn't stopped, war will once again ravage the world. That is the basic setup for Final Fantasy VIII, as well as the entirety of Disc 1. But everything through to the end of the first disc is fairly straightforward, while leaving some dangling threads to follow up on later. Who was that woman who visited Squall in the infirmary, and how does she know him and Quistis? Why are Squall and the others passing out and reliving the lives of these soldiers? What's up with the creepy and stoic garden staff? What's the deal with the sorceress? This is all more or less built around the characters themselves, most specifically Squall, Cypher, and Rinoa. The latter two have some kind of past together which is initially left ambiguous, but it's evident from the off what kind of relationship the two boys have. Squall and Cypher are fierce rivals. They're the only 2 students at Balam Garden who use gunblades, but more importantly, they're direct foils, reflections of each other. Squall is fairly reserved and introverted, going with the flow of whatever life throws at him because he would rather avoid interpersonal conflict and doesn't want to just stay inside his own head. Cypher, meanwhile, is a boisterous bully who's more than happy to take a leadership position despite not caring about the responsibilities that come with it. It's the reason why he fails to become a seed after multiple goes at a field exam, while Squall passes on his first attempt. Even their character designs are inversions of each other. Squall is a brunette clad in black, Cypher a blonde wearing light colors. The scars they gave each other in the opening FMV also mirror each other. Cypher holds his gunblade with one hand to look cool, while Squall holds a steady 2-handed grip. It's a hot and cold rivalry which persists throughout the story, and to me is consistently one of its strongest elements. Equally as strong is Final Fantasy VIII's visual presentation, which not only stands apart from its predecessor, but is a marked improvement. Much of this lies in the game's aesthetics, which, as already mentioned, were intended to be lighter in tone than the downtrodden setting of 7. But much like 7, the world of 8 often feels very contemporary. There are cars, trains, electricity, the internet, and TV and radio, though over-the-air broadcasts for those haven't been around for quite a while. This is what made the Galbadian occupation of Dalet so strange at first. Their goal was to repair and supercharge a derelict broadcast tower, which during the mission in Timber is revealed to be used to air the first live TV broadcast in 17 years. Within these environments are, as already mentioned, full-sized character models with realistic proportions, the party included. And in another departure from past games, your party members will follow Squall around out in the field, giving them a consistent physical presence. What's more is that their models are fully textured, unlike Final Fantasy VII's shaded models. This leads to everyone being more detailed with unique patterns and designs on their clothing, as well as things like having a bit of sheen to hair. Their faces aren't as visible, which is unfortunate, but the way that scenes are framed and the characters are animated means that they're rarely, if ever, lost in any visual clutter and remain sufficiently expressive. It still would have been nice if the team had carried over the little arrows and pointer finger from the international version of 7, though, because sometimes it can be a bit hard to tell what part of a screen can be interacted with and where an exit may be. FMVs have also seen a tremendous boost in fidelity. Character animation is much more fluid, owing to the use of motion capture and reference. Cloth simulation makes garments seem more tangible rather than simply being plastered onto characters' bodies. And while true hair simulation was still years away, the way that hair is animated in
the
these
Squall
scenes
Cypher
is
battle
fairly
was
convincing.
legendary.
It really does feel like the earliest FMVs, from the opening cinematic to the ballroom scene, were placed so early just to wow players with how much firmer a grasp Square had gotten on the technology in just a couple years. They are inarguably a step up from what had been produced for Final Fantasy VII. Their integration with gameplay has also been strengthened. 7 would occasionally feature brief moments where the real-time character models would persist during an FMV, sometimes allowing the player an even briefer moment of control during those sequences. Final Fantasy VIII does this much more often, with the camera moving around the real-time models in sync with the pre-rendered shots. I was mystified by this during the assassination mission, when Squall and Irvine have to navigate the festivities in Deling City in order to get into position. Even the pre-rendered backgrounds have seen a step up in presentation, with some more prominent use of parallax and even a bit of bokeh being used here and there to give a sense of depth to some of these spaces. Each area has its own distinct visual identity that makes them impossible to mistake for each other. The predominantly white and blue color scheme and coastal setting of Balam Town are evocative of the Greek islands. Deling City, the capital of Galbadia, looks to be inspired by Paris, with the prominence of its own Arc de Triomphe being the most recognizable illusion. The decor inside General Caraway's mansion also gives me some French noble vibes. These hallmarks extend to much of the western continent, which is effectively all of Galbadia. Dalet is an example of this, though it's distinct from the capital by virtue of being on the coast and has more old-fashioned lamps and cobblestone roads. It feels much cozier than the sprawling and bustling Deling City, which is easy to get lost in without taking one of the numerous buses to a specific destination. It's not impossible to navigate on foot, but it's not as easy to figure your way around as Dalet. Timber's visual design also aims for classical motifs, though not so much to echo a particular culture's architectural stylings. Its more organic and lively aesthetics contrast against the more baroque stylings of Dalet and the almost cosmopolitan sensibilities of Deling City, leaning into the aesthetic of Art Nouveau. The city feels both old and new, with different sections clearly having undergone some retrofitting to bring it into the modern day, while care was taken to retain its more classical aspects. Because of its mountainous terrain and climate, the northern continent of Trabia is lacking in towns and the like. Aside from Trabia Garden, the only place that has living people here is Shumi Village, though only its entrance is above ground in the frozen tundra. The actual village is about 1,000 feet underground and is a stark contrast to the wintry climate surrounding its entrance dome. Its climate is as warm as its inhabitants, and plants grow freely down here. To the east is the isolationist Estharian continent, which is largely empty despite having enough power to wage war with the entire world just 17 years ago. Back then, Esthar was under the control of Sorceress Adele, and was a highly advanced place with skyways and an aggressively futurist aesthetic. Until Disc 3, we only know this because of an article written in Timber Maniacs magazine. But when we actually go there, it's revealed that Esthar has just hidden itself from the outside world with a special camouflage system to make it seem empty. In reality, the city covers a colossal percentage of the continent itself, positively dwarfing any other location. It's the only city which you still navigate while on the world map. It's that huge. The southern continent used to be the home of an ancient people called the Centra. Not Cetra, like from Final Fantasy VII, Centra, with an N. Unfortunately, they were wiped out long ago, with only vast wastelands, deserts, and some ruins left behind, with survivors integrated.
BRB. I had chips and guacamole for dinner. You ever do that? I had beer, chips, and guacamole for dinner like an idiot. But I don't care. It's my life. I can do what I want. Flip it upside down. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that.
motivations are obviously nothing new to the series, but their importance to the narrative has varied significantly. For Final Fantasy VIII, the Sentra's prominence in the story is more on the FF5 end of the scale, in that some of their stuff becomes important at a certain point, but the world has long moved past them. As for your home base, Balam Garden is a crisp and bright location that serves the brighter and lightly futuristic design
really loved Balam Garden.
Wonderfully.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing. It was
and
a
bit
mobile
imposing,
city.
But the design and layout are far from foreboding or hostile, owing to the calming score and helpful maps and signs peppering the atrium. It feels like a safe place to relax and catch your breath.
You know, I want to go play these games, and then I'm like, nope, watch a retrospective.
Despite being a
Too
military
old.
academy. This was probably due in part to some field research from Yusuke Naora, who brought a couple other artists to different schools and college campuses to get a feel for what that sort of space would feel like. But it's that designation, Garden, which evokes their mission statement and informs the name of their mercenary outfit. As these seeds reach adulthood, they blossom into flowers. It's a fun little motif, one which is introduced as early as the opening FMV, with Rinoa in the Field of Flowers. It may be a bit on the nose, but the metaphor doesn't obfuscate the grim reality that seeds are child soldiers.
Yeah.
While all three garden facilities train future seeds, Balam's is the organization's home base and appears to have a slightly different training regimen than those of Galbadia and Trivia.
317K.
This training involves learning how to use the power of Guardian Forces, tremendously powerful beings who facilitate the use of paramagic for those who junction them to their own minds. These Guardian Forces, or GFs for short, are also this game's version of summons, but as you can read in Squall's terminal at the very beginning of the game, their use is controversial because of the potential side effect of memory loss. This, however, is supposedly unconfirmed, and Garden staff have advised students to disregard these warnings. This single nugget of information alone appears to tip the game's hand a bit regarding the nature of Seed and Balam Garden. If the amnesia claims are true and Garden tries to cast doubt on them while forcing students and Seeds to continue using them, then the implication is that Garden is trying to strip away their humanity for the sake of cultivating a very specific kind of flower. They're not planting seeds for them to bloom into healthy, well-adjusted adults. They're planting seeds to be maladjusted soldiers to be rented out to the highest bidder. This can be seen early on when Selphie and Zell's flippant attitudes and excited remarks about the train hijacking plan in Timber leave the Forest Owls feeling uneasy. To the comparatively normal people on board, they come off as sociopaths. Of course, it's revealed a good way into Disc 2 that this wasn't the original intention behind it all. Sid Kramer, the headmaster of Balam Garden, never wanted to turn the kids into mercenaries for profit. The impetus behind Seed and Garden was to train the students to fight the sorceress, with the original idea coming from his wife, Edea, the very sorceress who's gone mad and taken over Galbadia. He knew she was a sorceress since she was a child, but loved her anyway, and despite her assurances to him that she wouldn't become an evil witch like Sorceress Adele, well, here we are. The prominence of sorceresses in this game's world and story is the most apparent fairy tale element. Kitase had envisioned there being two sorceresses, a kind and altruistic one in the west and a wicked one in the east. Adele, the former ruler of Esthar, had filled the latter role, but Esthar itself was meant to play further into this. Its aesthetics were originally meant to be more dominated by the color green, like the Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz, which was also where he pulled the idea of opposing sorceresses from the east and west. With this in mind, having the road to Esthar being a single, specific path a la the Yellow Brick Road, and giving Rinoa a mostly light blue outfit may have been further intentional homages to the 1939 MGM film. Obviously, the idea of an Emerald City equivalent didn't completely come to pass in a visual sense. Yusuke Naora would instead base Esthar's aesthetics on the transparent blue iMac G3, an idea which other members of the art department found stupid, but he did it anyway. While this decision did end up muddling the homage to The Wizard of Oz, it doesn't totally ruin it. There are still plenty of inhabitants wearing green, and the city itself still evokes the core ideas of the Emerald City as being a wondrous place unlike any other, a center of art, culture, and progress. And regardless of whether it's iMac Blue or Emerald Green, the overall look and feel still feeds into the game's futurist aesthetic. Circling back to Seed and Garden, Sid is a warm, almost affable man who truly does care for his students as people. He doesn't want them to become mindless drones, tools of violence in the pursuit of monetary gains. He's straightforward about this too, telling them that he wants them to think for themselves and not just be war machines. And when he's personally congratulating the new seeds early in the story, he has something personal to say to each of them, like how he's really looking forward to what Selphie has planned for the Garden Festival. Many fans over the years have made comparisons between him and renowned actor Robin Williams, and while this is purely speculative, I can certainly see the lines players have drawn between them. There's a passing resemblance, of course, but the character's demeanor, wardrobe, and belief and dedication to his students call to mind Williams' roles in 1989's Dead Poet Society and 1997's Good Will Hunting. In Dead Poets, Williams played Josh Keating, an English teacher at a prestigious all-boys boarding school in 1959. His unorthodox methods of teaching and encouragement of his students to live life to the fullest inspire them to pursue their passions, but this also draws the ire of the school's administration. He was warm yet firm, endlessly supportive of the boys he was teaching, but quick to put the hammer down when they take the philosophy of carpe diem too far, seize the day but know when to exercise caution. Meanwhile, in Good Will Hunting, Williams portrayed supporting character Dr. Sean McGuire, the widowed therapist of the titular Will Hunting, an extraordinarily gifted young man who was afforded no opportunities in life. Will was an orphan, abandoned by his birth parents, physically abused by his foster father, and, aside from a few close friends, kept other people at arm's length to avoid being hurt again. Sean is the only therapist who is actually able to get through to Will, pushing him out of his comfort zone and encouraging him to take charge of his own life. And their sessions are tinged with a deep sorrow not just for Will, but for Sean, who, despite his affable demeanor, never really got over his wife's death. Sid Kramer can be seen as a composite of these two roles. There's dignity, passion, tenderness, and affection, but also an effervescent melancholy permeating his every action. After all, everything he's doing is in the name of killing his own wife, whom he loves dearly, but he's going through with it because this is what she wanted. And he only hires out the seeds as mercenaries because that's what brings in the money to fund the whole organization. He wasn't a wealthy man before all of this. He had to go into business with a wealthy Shumi named Norg in order to fund the construction of the gardens. It was Norg's idea for the Seeds to do mercenary work to bring in cash, and over time, Seed's true mission was gradually obfuscated by this. It's tragic. But why did they have to use child soldiers for all of this? Well, hold on to that. We'll come back around to it. As for Seed's ace in the hole, the Guardian forces themselves, such as Ifrit, Siren, Leviathan, etc., they don't really have any particular roles to play in this story. In fact, Ifrit is the only one who has any real narrative presence, and even then that's only to help explain the concept of GFs in a narrative context right at the beginning. Aside from him, Shiva, and Quetzalcoatl, every other GF is completely optional, with only Odin making a scripted appearance later on in the story if you had acquired him beforehand. While individually they have little narrative presence, GFs act as the fulcrum of Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay systems, and because of how they inform and are intertwined with the game's world, concepts, and themes, it's imperative to understand these systems, how they interact with each other, and how the player interacts with them in order to have a meaningful discussion about any of it. Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay and character building systems are interesting, to say the least. They're heavily layered and multifaceted, with various seemingly disparate elements heavily bleeding into each other. This makes any discussion of one particular aspect of the system incomplete without considering how it fits in and interacts with everything else. As such, we'll be breaking down the basic functions of the system in a relatively piecemeal fashion, with minimal commentary, before assessing FF8's gameplay holistically, and we'll start with the bedrock of all of it: Guardian Forces and Junctioning. Junctioning is, simply put, another way of saying equipping. You equip, or junction, GFs to your party members to allow them to junction commands to be used in battle, abilities to enhance their skill set, and magic to bolster their stats. Characters can junction multiple GFs for a wider pool of options, but without them, all they can do is use basic attacks and limit breaks. Each GF can be called on in battle as a summon, with their own HP taking the place of the caster's during the casting period. If the GF's HP hits 0, then you have to use a GF-specific restorative item to revive them and use them again. GFs also have their own levels, which increase when experience is gained in battle, just like your party members. As they level up, you'll be able to select new abilities for them to learn, which are unlocked through earning AP. These abilities range widely from being able to junction magic to more stats, to raising a stat by anywhere from 20 to 80%, and being able to turn cards and items into different consumables, among other things. GFs can be very powerful, and their own efficacy in battle grows as they continue to be used by the same character, though the trade-off to using them is the long animations. Truthfully, they're mostly just an intermediary for their abilities and further junctions. Again, if you want to do more than just basic attacks, you have to junction a GF. By doing so, you'll have access to the standard magic and item commands, as well as the ability to summon your GFs. Other series staples such as Defend and Mug also become available as you collect more GFs over the course of the game. But also in the starting lineup alongside magic, item, and GF is the new Draw command, which allows you to extract magic from enemies to either cast immediately or hold on to for later. Unlike previous games, there are no spell charges or MP. Instead, magic is entirely itemized. Each character can hold up to 100 casts of a given spell, and up to 24 different spells at a time. But in addition to simply casting magic, it can also be junctioned to your stats to bolster them, with each spell having varying levels of compatibility with each stat. Cure spells, for example, will boost HP significantly more than fire spells, and fire spells will boost strength more than cure spells. And the larger your stack of a particular spell, the more it will boost a junctioned stat. Magic can only be junctioned to stats based on the abilities of the equipped GFs. If Squall only has Ifrit equipped, for example, then he can't junction anything to his magic stat, but he can junction spells to his HP, strength, elemental attack, and 2 elemental defenses. Elemental attack junctions would see him dealing elemental damage, such as ice, when using physical attacks, and elemental defense would have him resist damage from a particular element, or even absorb it if enough of a higher level spell of that element is junctioned. This also extends to status attack and status defense, though with status effects, like sleep, poison, and confusion. Later on, you can also use items to teach GFs new abilities, including new stat junctions, though each GF can only have a maximum of 22 abilities. Thankfully, you can use Amnesia Greens, which are readily available for purchase through Esthar's Pet Shop, to delete abilities you don't care for, though this is well into Disc 3. While drawing from enemies is the most readily apparent method of acquiring magic, it is not the sole method available. Scattered throughout the world are draw points, which allow you to draw up to 15 of a set spell, though only one character can do this at a time, and then you have to walk a certain number of steps before you can draw from them again. The third and final method of acquiring magic is to refine items using GF abilities, and in addition to earning them in battle and buying them in shops, items can also be acquired by refining cards, which themselves can be attained through playing Triple Triad, which we'll wrap back around to shortly, or by converting enemies into them using the card command in battle. It doesn't work on all of them, and doing so requires lowering their HP a fair bit, but not only do you acquire their card for doing it, you can also still win items from the encounter, earn AP, and if you converted every enemy in that encounter into a card and not just kill them, you will not earn any experience points. This makes it very possible to do a low-level run of the game, but again, we'll come back around to this. At its most fundamental level, Final Fantasy VIII's character building revolves around unlocking abilities for your Guardian Forces, acquiring new magic, and junctioning magic to your stats. That in and of itself is straightforward, and the tutorials are pretty direct about that. However, they're not quite so forthcoming about the open-ended nature of this process. Yes, the most direct method of acquiring magic is drawing from enemies until you have full stacks of every spell they have to offer for each of your party members. There is nothing preventing you from doing this, and again, it's the method that is made most apparent. but it's also very slow and incredibly tedious. Yet, because the game is most forthcoming about this being how you consistently fill your magic stocks, it's not surprising to hear people lambast this basic gameplay loop as frustratingly dull and repetitive. More than that, only drawing from enemies restricts the pool of magic available to you. Refining items can get you some impressive and powerful stuff even before the Dalet mission. In fact, if you know what you're doing, you can put together a build that can carry you more or less all the way through to the end of the game just with what's available to you before even becoming a seed. If you unlock Quetzalcoatl, Shiva, and Ifrit's refinement abilities, as well as the card command and card mod abilities from Quetzalcoatl, you can build up a respectable collection of triple triad cards that can be turned into items, which can then be refined into high-level magic like Blizzaga, Tornado, and even Flare. And Triple Triad itself is very simple to play. You and your opponents choose 5 cards with numbers corresponding to each of its 4 sides.
But it's easy to
You take turns placing them on a 3x3 grid, with the goal of trying to take control of your opponent's cards by playing a higher number on that particular side. If they play a card that has 4 on its right side, and you play a card on the right with a value of 5 or higher on its left side, your opponent's card flips over to your control. The winner's reward depends on the rule set you're currently playing with, but generally speaking, you win at least one of the opponent's cards. Games are quick, and many NPCs, from named characters to extras, are willing to indulge, even at the most inconvenient and inappropriate times. Some even have unique, high-powered cards, such as those based on characters in the game, that can tip the game in your favor. It's always fun hunting these down. Not only does it make actually playing Triple Triad trivial because of how powerful they are, but you never know whose character's card you're going to get next. Of course, the Triple Triad method of acquiring cards to refine into items and then magic still has its downsides. For one, you have little say in what cards are up for grabs. NPCs use cards from different pools of specific power levels, and while certain ones do have specific unique cards in their pool, there's no guarantee of them playing it. You'll have to keep challenging them and hope they'll use what you're looking for. Secondly, there are various different rules which typically vary by region. You can spread different rules to different regions, but this is easy to do unintentionally, and abolishing regional rules or undoing your own spread of them can be a bit of a hassle depending on the point in the game you're at. And third, the Triple Triad method can still take a fair amount of time, possibly longer than just farming from enemies, depending on what spells or items you're after. The pursuit of Malboro tentacles to unlock the Doom Train Guardian Force during Disc 3 is just one example. But the difference in how that time is spent is what sticks out to me. Constantly drawing from enemies is a largely mindless task. You just keep pressing the draw command while occasionally healing your party members if their health drops too low. It's something you don't have to think much about. It's not stimulating. Triple Triad, however, requires one to pay attention and actively make decisions about how to play your cards, and the rewards can be much greater depending on how long and when in the game you're doing it. I spent my first playthrough largely feeling things out as I went. I didn't engage much with Triple Triad in the pursuit of earning cards to refine. When I did play, it was almost entirely for the sake of enjoying the minigame on its own merits, because it is fun. I struggled a bit during that initial playthrough, but I was also bored by what I thought was a constant need to draw magic. And because casting a spell that's junctioned to one of your stats will cause that stat to decrease, I felt discouraged from doing so. But on my second playthrough, I decided to try playing in a more optimized fashion, with thanks to a guide written up by one of my patrons, Hydrofox, coupled with 1 or 2 videos further detailing how powerful you could get in the earliest areas while maintaining a low level. The low level goal is because Final Fantasy VIII has a level scaling system which sees the majority of enemies level up on a tier-based system alongside the party, which keeps them on a fairly even playing field with you. This even extends to the spells you can draw from them, as their lists can expand or be upgraded based on the tier they've scaled to. A bomb can go from only yielding fire to Fyra, then Fyraga, and finally Meltdown. But by maintaining a low level, enemy stats will also stay low, while your still able to dramatically boost your own stats through your junctions. There are some exceptions to this level scaling rule, however. The most notable are the Omega Weapon Super Boss tucked away in the final dungeon, and the enemies on the islands closest to Heaven and Hell, which are only accessible after acquiring the Ragnarok towards the end of Disc 3. They're located near the corners of the eastern and western continents, and have a lot of draw points for powerful magic like Ultima, Holy, and Full Life, but like Omega Weapon, all the enemies here are level 100. Thankfully, equipping no encounters from Diablos makes this a non-issue, though there are some enemies here which drop items which may be worthwhile to farm a little. But these islands are endgame territory, places to top off on the best spells in the game before crossing the point of no return, so it does make sense for them to be home to max level enemies. Same for Omega Weapon. It's the ultimate challenge, so having it be at the level cap is reasonable in that context, but I digress. My second playthrough saw me spend nearly 6 hours in Balam grinding AP and playing Triple Triad before doing the Dalet mission, a stretch of the game which would normally take maybe an hour from starting to the Waltz for the Moon scene, but it basically set me up for most of the rest of the game. I was able to easily take down the spider mech in Dalet, the one that you're supposed to constantly run away from, without really trying. I didn't feel the need to draw from enemies often because I was already in a pretty good position. I didn't have to worry much about my builds, and as a result, I was able to focus more on the story and characters. Overall, spending that time on Triple Triad up front led to an experience which I found to be almost completely free of tedium. I even fulfilled the prerequisite for the CC group side quest about 15 hours before challenging Jack, and had gotten the cards I needed to sweep the whole group on my first try. Of course, these are two extremes. They each more or less go all in on a particular method. The low-level Triple Triad methodology is arguably even more tedious than drawing magic, depending on who you ask, because of the upfront time sink and the need to turn enemies into cards to avoid gaining experience points, which isn't even an option for human enemies like Galbadian soldiers. It only ever takes 1,000 points to level up, and that's not difficult to accomplish. Using the card command successfully requires hurting enemies enough so that the effect will take, but not so much that they die. And even then, once Balam Garden becomes mobile in Disc 2, you can just fight Cactuars for a lot of AP and only single-digit amounts of experience, so you can quickly unlock every ability for all your GFs up to that point and beyond. But until then, it's a balancing act, and using the scan spell to check enemies' HP at least once is practically a requirement for turning them into cards. However, the notion of using magic at all seems, at least on the surface, completely anathema to how the junction system even works. One of the most common criticisms levied against the junction system is how it disincentivizes using magic, as even a single cast would decrease your stats. This is true, but not absolutely so. Only one stat would decrease, but only if the spell you cast is junctioned to that stat. Thankfully, there is a symbol denoting which spells in your stock are junctioned to your stats, but the drop from a single cast is negligible, especially for those lower level spells. If you have a wide array of magic, then this is less of an issue, as you can simply junction magic you would use less often to your stats. Moreover, topping off on your stock of a given spell is usually pretty quick and easy to do, be it through drawing them from enemies or refining them from items. And if you haven't been experimenting with refinements and Triple Triad like I hardly did on my first playthrough, the game's level scaling will keep you on a fairly even playing field with most enemies, so you can easily run from most random encounters rather than potentially expend resources on them. This is taken a step further with Diablos' No Encounters ability, which will cut out the middleman on that front and leave you fighting only those battles which are mandated by the story. And while there are still a decent number of such fights that do reward experience, boss fights do not. This also helps keep your party's levels low, which, again, when combined with higher level magic that you can refine from items, can make the game significantly easier. Though if you do go for a low level run, maybe consider not getting Odin. He's one of those GFs that can't be willfully summoned and instead has a chance to appear at the start of a battle to instantly defeat all enemies. When you want to keep your experience gains at a minimum, this is obviously
I
the
didn't
least
get there in
helpful
time,
thing.
son of a
Are you
bitch.
starting to see what I meant when I said that Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay systems were layered and multifaceted? Obviously, there's a lot going on here, and the complexity only deepens as you acquire more Guardian forces, many of which are available by drawing them from specific bosses. They present more options for abilities and junctions, as well as expand on what you can refine into magic, but between the options presented to obtain magic and a near omnipresent level scaling feature, Final Fantasy VIII probably has the most open-ended gameplay since Final Fantasy V. Maybe not quite to the same extent, but pretty much however you want to approach the game and these systems is entirely valid. Level grinding is unnecessary. Don't want to play Triple Triad? Then don't. Don't want to grind out draws to get a stack of 100 spells? You don't really have to. Don't want to deal with random encounters at all? Unlock and equip Diablos' ability and you won't have to worry about them. Do you want to only get your spells from refining items? Do it! All of these options do take some amount of work, but it's all ultimately up to you. There is, however, a major caveat to this level of freedom. Final Fantasy VIII's tutorials don't really elucidate the options that are available. Moreover, much to my personal distaste, the tutorials are presented in such a way that the information feels stoic, almost clinical, with little in the way of detail. They present a basic and somewhat narrow overview of a system which is fairly free-form, belying the wide variety of options players have to engage with it. Some may find things out by accident. For example, I was poking around at GF abilities when I learned that tents could be turned into Curagas, giving me full stacks of the best healing spell for my whole party right at the beginning of the game, which I could junction to HP for a massive boost. This emergent gameplay is rewarding to be sure, and the game isn't necessarily trying to hide this from you, but it also barely even gestures towards these options. The junction system does not represent the totality of the changes made to Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay, but it is easily the most significant, as well as divisive. I found the core precepts simple to grasp from the start, and over the course of 2 playthroughs, I grew to admire how open-ended it is. However, the semi-regular need to adjust or swap junctions was a bit tiresome. Thankfully, swapping junctions between characters is quick and simple, and if you don't want to spend the time to change what spells are junctioned, you can choose to have the game do it for you, favoring attack, defense, or magic. The one caveat with automatic junctioning, though, is that the game could apply an unfavorable elemental junction, meaning that it's best practice to check how your characters have been set up, just to be safe. I can understand why a lot of people do not like this system. It may be the most open-ended since 5, which itself is celebrated for a similar quality, but its granularity has more in common with the oft-derided Final Fantasy II. Although unlike FF2, in which you can start specializing party members gradually and organically from the very beginning, Final Fantasy VIII requires you to fiddle about with different synergies between stats and spells, and only lets you affect stats based on the Guardian forces available to you. In that sense, it's not really all that surprising that there's a large contingent of players who aren't keen on it. But I enjoyed Final Fantasy II for what it was, and while I think that the way the junction system is presented and clarified in-game is flawed, I find the system itself to be pretty fun and robust.
I liked
once you've got a
Jeff.
handle on
Jeff
it.
was okay.
It's a bit removed
it was
from other games in the genre, but that was intentional. Art director Yusuke Naura told Hiroyuki Ito that the system seemed a decade ahead of its time.
GF was really deep, but the problem was they could min-max and they could just sit there and kill mobs over and over and over again and get spell drops. It just keeps stacking their weapon. GF junctioning until they had 99 Ultimas on their main squall weapon, Gunblade or whatever. That was the problem with it. The min-maxers hated it because they felt obligated to do it. But if you just play the game and do card games every time you meet a new NPC and just play the game for the for the value that Final Fantasy VIII is, you don't try to min-max it. It's not a frustrating game. It's one of those RPGs that, like, if you just play it how they wanted you to play it, it is quite pleasurable game. Actually, it plays out pretty well. It's tedious at times, and its open world nature can be a little bit daunting. You're like, oh my god, it's this massive world. It got to me after a bit because you begin to realize that every 8 to 19 steps or something like that, you're going to get a random encounter. No matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, it doesn't matter where, I mean, it doesn't matter where in the world you are. Maybe inside, like, your airship, it's not like that, but everywhere else it is. And that gets tedious after a while. You're like, that's what the game actually is. It's just, you know, random battles happening with a little storyline attached. And Nice, we're doing so good. We're back up to 400k again. The hell was that? God damn it. Fucking annoying. Oh, see, he was shooting at me. I don't want to die here. I'll have to fucking walk. I mean, the walk is not that bad. Fuck it. This guy was musket at me, which is so annoying. Jorking Johnny. What the fuck? He's like been hunting me. He's an idiot. There, I faked him out, and I got what I needed here. Oop. Did he fire at me? Let's reduce my profile here. God damn fucking ah! There he is. No, that's a mom. Whatever. Wait. Oh no! Where does it come out? Will you let me go back in? Please tell me you'll let me go back in. Please, please. No, no. How did this work out this way? I came the totally wrong way. Oh, I'd have to go all the way around. Yeah, dude. It's alright. This stupid ass quest. It's alright. This is how questing is. Badly done. Fucking annoying. It's like you always go to the wrong place. It's so fucking annoying. And not doing the MSQ is stupid. You lose so much gold.
Towards it. And I totally understand where he was coming from when he said that. but again, you are free to approach the game like you would most other RPGs, and when you look past the junction system, you start to see the other ways in which Final Fantasy VIII reworks some series gameplay staples and various hallmarks of the genre. As mentioned earlier, Hiroyuki Ito devised the junction system to give similar feelings as acquiring a new weapon in other games, a simple goal which I personally feel he succeeded in, and this had quite the ripple effect on the rest of the game. Draw points have replaced treasure chests, the roles of each party member are fluid and based on your junctions, similar to what the
Block
Material
him!
system did
Fucking
with
block him.
FF7's party, and the omnipresence of those junctions have eliminated the need for equipment and armor. But these traditions haven't been completely eradicated. Weapons can be upgraded with certain materials. Limit breaks have been carried over from FF7, and those limit breaks and the character's base stats still nudge them towards certain roles without completely defining them. Weapon upgrades are largely incremental, and you learn about them through finding issues of Weapons Monthly magazine throughout the game. However, if you happen to already have the necessary materials for a certain upgrade when you go to a junk shop, you can build them without needing to read the specific magazine. This is probably most significant for Squall, whose ultimate weapon, the Lionheart, can be built during the first disc if you know what you're doing. I passed up this opportunity on my second playthrough, mostly because I wasn't willing to devote even more time to grinding out a specific card for energy crystals, but believe me when I say that getting Lionheart that early is not just unnecessary, but egregiously overkill. Squall's Gunblade is probably the most interesting weapon in this game, despite the absurdity of the design. It was inspired by Tetsuya Nomura's fondness for silver accessories at the time, and not only did he want Squall to have a weapon of the same color, but he wanted there to be a new way for players to engage in battles. The result was the Gunblade, the blade of which vibrates to deal extra damage when the trigger is pulled. This not only makes fights a teensy bit more involved since you have to press R1 just before Squall strikes for a nice damage boost, but it also incorporates the vibration functionality of the PlayStation's new DualShock controller, which also allows for full 360-degree movement thanks to the analog sticks. The Gunblade's trigger is also the crux of Squall's limit break, the Renzokuken, a series of strikes which can be boosted by pulling the trigger. Upgrades to the Gunblade also unlock new finishing moves at the end of his limit break, with the Lionheart predictably being the most powerful by far, adding 17 additional strikes. Limit breaks in general have seen a bit of a retooling this go around. To activate them, rather than needing to fill a gauge by taking damage, you need to be in critical health, with the chance of being able to use a limit increasing as your HP gets lower. Thankfully, limit breaks no longer replace basic attacks. Rather, you hold the right directional button on the attack command to select limits. Every party member has their own little gimmick tied to their limit breaks. Quistis can learn a wide variety of blue magic from different items. By reading Combat King magazines, Zell learns new button combos that you have to quickly input within a small time frame to extend a combo. Selphie Slot lets her cast certain spells multiple times without expending any of her stock, in addition to powerful abilities exclusive to her limit break that can completely break the game if you're lucky enough to get them. Irvine lets you spam his shotgun with different kinds of ammo you can find throughout the game, and Renoa uses her pet dog, Angelo, to deal damage, heal allies, and search for items, among other things. Angelo is able to learn new techniques from magazines, though in order to fully unlock them, you have to have Renoa walking around with you while the new limit is selected in her status screen. Once she takes a certain number of steps, Angelo will be able to use that new ability at random. Thankfully, Angelo is a good girl and doesn't let you down. Yes, despite the masculine name, Angelo is a girl. But what really sets limit breaks in Final Fantasy VIII apart from how they were used in FF7, and FF6 if you count the desperation attacks, is how easy they are to exploit. By keeping your party at low health and constantly passing their turns, you can very easily spam limit breaks in basically any battle. It certainly feels like an oversight, but it's a tactic which does have an element of risk to it, thanks to low health being a core component of it for most of the game. The Aura spell makes this virtually a non-issue, as its only effect is increasing the likelihood of limit breaks regardless of HP, but its availability is extremely limited until the end of Disc 3. Your mileage may vary on the efficacy of this strategy, but it's just another element of Final Fantasy VIII's open-ended gameplay in my eyes. Rounding out these changes to the formula is Gil, or rather the acquisition thereof. You can still sell items at shops to get money, but no longer do you earn it from defeating enemies. Instead, you have a regular paycheck, which is determined by your seed rank and paid out regularly based on distance traveled. Your seed rank is initially determined by your performance during the field exam in Dalit, following orders, not hiding from the spider tank, things like that, and it can be raised and lowered further based on your actions throughout the game, such as through defeating enemies and not running away. But the most direct way to raise it is by taking the seed exams found tucked away in the tutorial section of the menu. By raising your rank, you get a pay increase, but you can only raise it so high doing this based on Squall's level. This is probably the one big downside to doing a low-level run, but truthfully, you still earn enough for it to be a non-issue. Money isn't terribly important for large swaths of the game, but I think it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, especially since you build it passively. In addition to all of these shakeups is a new way to attain items via Chocobo World, a Pocket Station minigame which becomes accessible after you first access a Chocobo Forest. Though if you didn't live in Japan, you may not be fully aware of this minigame or what the Pocket Station even is, despite both being mentioned in the North American manual. The short version is that it was Sony's equivalent to the Dreamcast's Virtual Memory Unit, or VMU, a memory card that had a dot matrix LCD screen that also lets you play little mini-games based on what save data you have on it. It also had some other minor functionality while playing some games, since you inserted it into the controller rather than the Dreamcast itself. It was released in Japan in January 1999, coinciding with a price cut for the PlayStation itself that was the same price as the Pocket Station. Final Fantasy VIII was among the first of many games that are compatible with the Pocket Station, with some items and features only available through Chocobo World. Unfortunately, despite information on it being included in the manual, said information was also accompanied by a disclaimer stating that the device may not be available outside Japan. This proved to be the right call, as the Pocket Station ultimately never made its way to North America or Europe, leaving Chocobo World and its associated goodies inaccessible to anyone who either didn't live in Japan or couldn't import a Pocket Station. So I imported a Pocket Station. I won't lie, this thing's kinda neat. The controls on the front lift up for it to plug into the memory card slot. It's got an internal clock with no backlight. This thing just feels so of its time. I love it. What I don't love, however, is that in order to play Chocobo World, you have to give up just half of its total storage capacity to install it. 7 blocks, and I used the remaining 8 blocks for Final Fantasy VIII save data. The way that Chocobo World works is very simple. The first time you enter a Chocobo Forest, you'll meet a little baby Chocobo named Boko, like Bart's steed from Final Fantasy V. He'll follow you around on the world map if you go for a ride, but he can also be sent over to Chocobo World on the Pocket Station to go on his own little adventure. At first, it's to save his friend Minimog after he goes missing while looking for treasure, but after he's done that, he meets a female Chocobo named Coco, who is eventually captured by the Demon King, leading Boko to save her too. A lot of the game is spent navigating around a map to points of interest, where you'll encounter random battles and meet with Chocobo's friends, Moomba and Cactuar, who will respectively provide him with weapons and items. Weapons with a higher rating deal more damage to enemies, while items are ranked from A to D and are redeemed when you bring Boko back into the main game. There are 100 levels in Chocobo World, and the way to move on to the next one is to line up 3 orbs on a 3x3 grid, with 1 orb granted whenever you defeat an enemy. You just have to time your input so that it'll slow down and land in the spot you want it to. Thankfully, the whole minigame can be set to autopilot, but the events where you meet Minimog past level 10 and Coco at level 20 do require player input. There's really not much to this minigame. It's a cute and fun little time killer on its own, but the main reason you play it is for the exclusive items and guardian forces that accompany it. Rare items available in the main game like stat boosters, GF ability items, and things that can be refined are available, but it's the 2 exclusive GFs we're more interested in. First is Minimog, which is acquired through teaching the ability to summon him to a GF we already have using the Mog Amulet. His usefulness is fairly limited though, as all he does is revive and fully heal all your GFs. And second is Moomba, who is summoned by using the Friendship item. He reduces the target's HP to 1 unless they have more than 9,999 HP, in which case he deals 9,999 damage. Incidentally, Boko is also able to be summoned with Gisselgreens as long as he isn't adventuring in your pocket station. He starts off pretty anemic, but becomes more powerful as he levels up in Chocobo World, though an upgrade to his Choco Fire attack is completely missable if you autopilot past level 50 and skip an event where he rescues Coco. His most powerful attack, Choco Buckle, can even break the damage cap, but you have to get him to level 100 for him to learn it. I'm a little torn on the pocket station integration because, while it's mostly just a bonus thing that's kind of cute on its own, it's also a bit of a shortcut to some decent items as well as a walled garden for certain in-game abilities. Nothing truly substantial, of course. It's not like you're locked out of fighting Omega Weapon if you don't get Boko to level 100, and the randomness in what items you do get means that it can't just cheat the system. But it's the principle of the matter. I personally don't like the idea of needing to pay extra for a peripheral or accessory to get full access to every part of a game.
How are these people 3 levels lower not taking any damage?
A memory card and having the ability to function as its own thing does give me pause. You will need a memory card anyway, and PlayStation memory cards don't hold that much data. 128 kilobytes, or 15 blocks, with more and more games coming out that require 2 or more blocks to save progress by 1999. And that's not even accounting for having multiple save slots for games like Final Fantasy VIII and Tactics, for which having multiple saves is generally best practice. Including this pocket station, I have 3 memory cards filled just with FF8 saves for this video. So with all this in mind, I suppose I can't really fault the notion of getting more bang for your buck when buying yet another memory card, because you are probably always going to get another one to add to the pile anyway. And of course that's besides the regional exclusivity. Without a doubt, even when setting Chocobo World aside, Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay and systems are major departures from series convention. It all seems strange and unintuitive, and it admittedly kind of is at first. The narrow scope of the game's tutorials especially doesn't help, but there are enough options on offer to accommodate alternative approaches and playstyles for a wide variety of players. They all require some amount of effort, but the time spent doing it mostly only goes toward what the player wants to do rather than what they feel they have to do. Of course, that doesn't mean the options available provide something of interest to all players. For some, choosing between Triple Triad and drawing from enemies amounts to little more than choosing between 2 different forms of grinding, a sentiment which I completely understand even if I don't entirely agree with it. It took a while for me to gel with the gameplay during my first playthrough, but it really started to click the second time through thanks to the help and advice I had gotten from others. However, the initial difficulties I had with the gameplay weren't the only reason I wanted to go back and give Final Fantasy VIII a second playthrough, because I also had some reservations about the cast and the narrative. This is usually the point in the video where I begin to break down each party member individually and pontificate on their roles in the group and what their presence brings to the narrative. But aside from Squall and Rinoa, there's really not a whole lot to dig into here. That's not to say that there's nothing to talk about, though. Quistis, Zell, Selfie, and Irvine each stand out from the pack as individuals. However, after my first playthrough, I didn't have very high opinions of most of them. Quistis Trape, no, I don't know how to pronounce that, was a popular instructor, so much so that some students have started a fan club and refer to themselves as Treepies, a la Trekkies. It's easy to understand why. She's a collected young woman who exudes confidence, and with the whip and leather bits of her outfit, there's kind of a light dominatrix thing going on with her design, which
I loved Quistis.
well, I'm sure you can fill in the
Quistis
blanks.
was my favorite.
She's Squall's teacher at the very start of the story, but after the Dalet mission, she's put back into the field because she was seen as a poor fit for instructing students. Considering that she had the hots for Squall and barely hid that fact, I'm inclined to agree. Sure, she's only a year older than him, but it's the power dynamics at play that make it unsavory. Not to mention that she could have given him preferential treatment because of her feelings for him. She's spent enough time with Squall that she thinks she can read him like a book, though when she tries to open up to him about her own problems, she quickly learns that no, she doesn't understand him quite as well as she thinks. She can easily predict how he'll respond in certain scenarios, but is somewhat dejected that he could not give less of a crap about her problems. I thought this was a solid and engaging starting point for her character, and I loved how it paid off later when certain revelations are made, but we'll put a pin in that for now as their importance extends beyond the scope of a mere character breakdown. For now, I'll just say that, after playthrough number 1, she was my favorite character in the party outside of Squall and Renoa. I wasn't taken with Zell or Selfie at all, seeing them both as overly peppy airheads. I also felt the former's design, while colorful, was also kind of silly with his Mike Tyson-esque face tattoo and his weird hair horn. The latter I saw as overly childish, with her little train song seeming especially immature for a 17-year-old girl. It seemed more like something a 5-year-old would do. And while I initially saw Irvine as kind of a skeevy pervert who believed his own hype a bit too much, those aforementioned revelations completely reframed his previous comments and actions. But I didn't gravitate towards any of them based on what was presented to me up front, and as such, I didn't really care to dig any deeper. And that was a mistake. If you mostly just coast through the story and brush off your teammates, then you'll learn very little about them as characters. They'll have moments here and there, like Selfie desperately wanting to stop the missile attack on the gardens, and Quistis leaving her post during the assassination mission to apologize to Renoa for harshly talking down to her, but for the most part, the story isn't going to readily present much to you. It will gesture towards some things here and there, and having the right characters in your party at the right place or time will give you small tidbits about their personal lives, their interests, or their upbringing.
The server's
but
hopping.
You have to go out of your way to find a lot of this, or pick certain dialogue options which you may not
Let's see
find
if we
to be
can get it.
totally
Fuck
in
this guy.
character for Squall. For instance, I didn't know that Zell had an interest in world history my first time through. If you let him, he'll tell you about recent events in Timber that led to what's happening there now while you're on the train there. And the same goes for the research facility where you fight Ultimo Weapon. It's such an odd thing for someone as seemingly ditzy as him to not only be interested in, but knowledgeable of. But it gives him some nice texture. There's also a cute little side story to follow over the course of the game
Noble
where he
Cleaver, is it better?
slowly cultivates a
No.
relationship with one of the girls in the library, and it culminates in her giving him an issue of Combat King magazine. Zell doesn't really read, so this girl thought it'd be nice to bring him something relatively light about a subject she knows he's interested in, and they're together in the ending FMV. It's not much, it doesn't completely change the way I look at him, but again, it adds some desired texture. From the moment she arrived at Balam Garden, Selfie was dead set on running the garden festival. It comes up several times, enough for her to come off as annoying on that basis alone. She gets to put on a concert at Fisherman's Horizon for the festival, so thankfully you don't have to hear her go on about needing help with it anymore. But it's not long after that when you realize why she was so dead set on making it happen. Selphie is a transfer from Trabia Garden, which unfortunately was destroyed by a Galbadian missile strike on the orders of Sorceress Adia. During Disc 2, she asks Squall if they can make a quick trip there to assess the damage, which he obliges. There are survivors there, but most of the faculty and student body perished in the attack.
No,
Selphie is
don't
of course
fall,
relieved
no.
to see that some of the students survived, including one of her friends, but if you catch her alone at the graveyard, you can overhear her grieving for those friends and classmates she lost. Her dream was to put on a concert with her friends, and the Garden Festival was her opportunity to do that. Trabia Garden was still standing when she transferred to Balam and started working on the festival there. But after the missile attack, it wasn't just about fulfilling her own dream, it was about keeping a promise to the people who believed in her the most. This is probably the only time where Selphie isn't a peppy airhead. She's barely keeping herself together as she mourns the people that she grew up with. People we did not and now can never know. There's now this feeling that her upbeat personality is a mask she wears to keep her mind off of the grim realities of war, suffering, and loss. That her occasional spats of pitch-black humor are more gallows humor, a coping mechanism for dealing with her increasingly turbulent and abnormal life. But
Yeah,
the
poor
gravity of the
Selphie.
situation doesn't
Selphie
break
got
her.
fucked.
Instead, she's committed
Selphie
to
was
fighting
such a
back.
wonderful little girl,
Thanks
and
to
all
just
she
a
did
single
was
scene,
roll with the
my
party.
opinion
That
of
was it.
Selphie had done
Selphie just
nearly a
rolled with the
complete
seeds. That's all she
180. There's some
did.
depth there I hadn't picked
I
up on
love
before.
Selphie.
Cracks in
Selphie
her
was such a
persona that
deep
make her feel less like
character.
another body.
Yeah,
and more like a
Selphie was
person.
not just a
It
party
helps that
member
Selphie
at
keeps
all.
a digital diary
No.
on the Garden
I
Festival
love
webpage,
Selphie.
where she
I
chronicles
thought
her
Riki
thoughts
was
on
better.
major
Riki,
parts of the story
Riki
and
Mara was
encourages the
better,
other
but
party
Selphie
members
was
to write their
good.
own entries. They're small, but they capture the characters pretty well in such a succinct space. Zell doesn't really write much because he's more one to express himself through actions. Quistis's entry exhibits how awkward she can be when she's caught between needing to be a leader and a peer, not knowing which space she feels comfortable in, and knowing how she's perceived in both contexts. And Irvine's contribution is very laid back and casual, though he makes no effort to hide that he contributed specifically because it was a request from Selphie, on whom he has an obvious crush. Whether she's aware of this, however, is left ambiguous, but she enjoys his company regardless. Contrary to my initial thoughts and impressions, these characters aren't shallow or one-note. They're not all that deep or complicated either, but after my second playthrough, I suspected that they were never meant to be. The fact that they didn't really get the spotlight in the same way that the various party members from the last couple of games had kind of supports this. But also, while you're able to name Squall and Renoa whatever you want, you aren't given the option to name the others like in 6 and 7. This suggests that the bonds you, as a player, are expected to cultivate with them are meant to be different from those you form with Squall and Renoa. As it turns out, the lack of a major spotlight for the other characters was an intentional creative decision. The story's focus was never on them, but on Squall and Renoa. As Yoshinori Kitase explained in a 1998 interview, quote, "From the start, our principal objective with Final Fantasy VIII was to tell a story that revolved around the two characters Squall and Renoa. Up to now, Final Fantasy games have featured large ensemble casts and a story balanced between the different characters, who each have their own individual dramas. But this time, we were serious about using the sub-characters specifically to prop up the story of the hero and heroine." End quote. Knowing this, the rest of the party's place in the narrative makes a lot more sense. They're supporting players, and were always envisioned as such. It's why, when we do scratch their surfaces during the main narrative, we don't dwell on them or dig much deeper. There isn't a moment where Selphie sees what she could become if she gave into her effervescent feelings of depression, or if Zell were to seek power for power's sake, or if Quistis didn't give up romantically pursuing Squall. But this isn't
Quistis
a
is
flaw
in
of
love
the
with
storytelling
Squall. I
because
forgot
the
about
story
this.
isn't about them. It's about Squall and Renoa.
Naughty teacher.
And starting during Disc 2, it seems that the characters have picked up on this as well, because from the Garden Festival onward, they actively try to push the two together. And I do mean actively. Selphie incorporates getting the two of them to hook up into her plans for the festival, and Irvine plants a dirty magazine nearby in an attempt to get the two fired up in private while everyone else is on stage playing music. Not long after that, when Balam and Galbadia Gardens are locked in battle, Zell convinces Squall to let him borrow his ring so that he can sneakily give it to Rinoa. And when Rinoa is hanging onto the edge of the flying garden during the battle, when the others can't reach her, they all push for Squall to be the one to go save her. Granted, that last scenario is less of a case of them trying to push them together and more of them trusting Squall to do what they can't, but considering how the last two moves to push them closer happened not too long ago, especially Zell asking for Squall's ring, it can easily be read as an extension of the rest of the party trying to play matchmaker at the most inappropriate time. Again, that's not what it is, but the behavior is consistent with it. Squall and Rinoa as a romantic pairing isn't what I'm objecting to here. It's a foregone conclusion that they'll grow closer together as the story unfolds. We see hints of this in the opening FMV and, most obviously, in Yoshitaka Amano's logo art for the game. It's literally an image of him holding her in his arms, but the supporting cast's insistence on making it happen feels haphazard, rushed. Have they been privy to the pair's conversations? Rinoa had at least talked to Zell about something, given he agreed to bring her Squall's ring, but that was after the festival, after everyone else decided to help push them together. The group's eagerness to see the two leads pair up feels a bit inorganic, as though a switch was flipped when they got to Fisherman's Horizon. Their motivation for doing this seems to begin and end with, because the story demands it. Sure, they're hormonal teenagers, but even so, I'm not quite sure if that's enough to buoy their desire to see Squall and Rinoa become an item. And again, I want to emphasize that this criticism is towards the supporting cast's eagerness to make this happen, and not with the notion of the relationship itself. We'll discuss the Squall and Rinoa relationship more thoroughly in due time, because it's a bit of a slow burn that's built on a lot of major narrative swerves. But before we can even entertain the idea, we have to understand who they are as individuals. A student of Balam Garden since he was 5, Squall Leonhardt has little in the way of ambition when we're introduced to him. He wants to join Seed because that's the path that's been laid out before him. All he's really known are life at this military academy, conflict, and loneliness. The very first thing we see him doing is sparring with Cypher, who takes their training too seriously and they end up giving each other permanent facial scars. Squall isn't one for socializing, and as such tends not to talk much, but we are made privy to his internal monologue throughout the game, and it's through his inner voice that we're able to see Squall for who he really is. Introverted, yes, but also someone who tends to overthink, and isn't all that good at communicating those thoughts or his emotions. Part of this comes from just being a teenager, but it's mostly born from his background, as we learn later on. As a little kid, Squall lived in an orphanage with his big sis, someone who he, of course, loved very much. But when she left, Squall was understandably devastated. He vowed to be strong in her absence and show that he doesn't need to rely on other people, believing that she would come back if he did so. It's tragic, but also very grounded, and I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who could relate to feeling this way. Look at Timbley, for example. His dad went out for milk and cigarettes 3 years ago and hasn't come back since. But if he puts up with his mom's boyfriend's callousness for long enough, then maybe Dad will finally come back with milk for his Fruit Loops. Of course, Squall's memories of all this are a bit hazy, and while he seems to have put to rest the idea that she'll come back, he's still holding on to that vow of strength and self-reliance, which is symbolized by his pronounced lion motif. It's on his gunblade, his necklace, his ring. The fur collar of his jacket even plays into this, resembling a lion's mane. Despite his cold and dismissive attitude, the other students at Balam Garden look up to him. Zell was excited to be part of his team during the field exam, and Headmaster Sid has high hopes for him. maybe too high, as he makes Squall the leader of Seed during Disc 2 when Sorceress Adia is wreaking havoc on the world. Seed was formed specifically to defeat the Sorceress, and Sid tells Squall that it's his destiny to do this. Squall doesn't take this very well at first. He was comfortable being a squad leader because there was a chain of command above him. He was still following orders and didn't have to think too hard about what he should be doing. When in that position, he was able to focus on the task that was given to him, which in turn helped him from getting too inside his own head. The way he reacts to the idea that Cypher may have been executed after the stunt he pulled in Timber is probably the best example of this. Everyone else is talking about Cypher in the past tense during a brief moment of downtime, doing their best to think well of him despite him not being a great person. Squall can't help but think about the idea of no longer being around to set the record on himself. Being little more than a memory that can be misrepresentative of who he was in life is an idea he's ill-equipped to ponder, and his inner thoughts bleed outward into loud declarations of not wanting that to happen to him. Of course, everyone else is taken by surprise because such outbursts are, from their perspectives, out of character for him, and they aren't sure what brought it on, whereas the player has been following his train of thought throughout the whole scene. There's an impression that Squall doesn't care about other people or their problems, and that is kind of true at first. His own promise to rely only on himself has consequently led him to adopt a soft belief that nobody should have to bear other people's burdens. I say it's a soft belief because it's not one that he's fully committed to. As a Seed, he does have to care about the issues of others to some degree since he's a mercenary. Whatever the client wants, whatever's in the contract, he has to abide by it. He doesn't have an issue with that, probably because he views it as a job to do rather than something personal, but outside of that, what gets him to stop brushing off other people's problems completely is understanding that other people do respect and care about him, even if he doesn't openly reciprocate it or brushes them off. This dismissiveness is there in the original Japanese script, but it is far more prevalent in the localization. In fact, it's boiled down to a single recurring word. Whatever. With how often he says it, it's practically his catchphrase in the English version. And while there are a handful of times where its use conveys the same meaning as what was there in Japanese, oftentimes it makes him come off as more callous than originally intended. In fact, a recurring phrase that he uses in a lot of these instances in the Japanese script is a curt apology. Basically, my bad, sorry, or, well, excuse me. Depending on how this is read in context, it can be interpreted as Squall trying not to run afoul of other people's sensibilities, an attempt at dodging a topic, or even a genuine, if understated, apology. Replacing it with whatever isn't completely out of character, as he does basically say that in a good chunk of these situations, but it is often out of step with the original meaning in that moment. Squall still had difficulty socializing and connecting with people in the original script, but he wasn't always so callous. With this one change, he comes off as being much more detached and dismissive, which still works when discussing his growth as a character, but can easily make him less endearing. As for why this decision was made, I'd imagine it had to do with the localization team not being given proper documentation and needing to use Game Sharks to access the script to actually do their work. Maybe it was a cultural thing, an attempt to reflect the then-current zeitgeist of American youth, but that's just speculation on my part. Regardless of this localization quirk, however, Squall pushes people away because he doesn't want anyone else to abandon him like his big sis did, and in that way, he's pretty similar to Will Hunting in, well, Good Will Hunting. Both are brilliant young men who are orphaned and have little in the way of opportunities growing up. Both push people away so they won't get hurt when they abandon them, and both have a mentor figure wearing sweater vests who believed in and cared about them, not just because of what they were capable of, but as people. I already brought up the Robin Williams resemblance when talking about Sid, but Squall's hairstyle is kinda similar to Matt Damon's in this movie, isn't it? That being said, I think the similarities are probably just a coincidence. The movie did come out in Japan in March 1998, just under a year before FF8's release, so it's not like the timeline doesn't add up there, and Kitase, Nomura, and Nojima are all cinephiles to varying degrees, so it's not so far-fetched that at least one of them saw it when it was in theaters. But Squall's design, which Nomura had based on River Phoenix, was almost certainly finalized long before them, and the game's world was, at least in part, art built around him. Of course, this isn't mutually exclusive with being inspired by Good Will Hunting, and Sid's resemblance to Robin Williams looms large over fans even today, but it's those two kernels of info, the River Phoenix inspiration and the world being built around Squall, that really cast doubt on the idea, at least to me. The reason I bring it up at all is because the parallels between Squall and Will are interesting, right down to their overall character arcs. Over the course of the story, Squall has to learn to make decisions for himself, to be a leader, to open up and trust other people, and to let go of the past. Not exactly a groundbreaking idea for a character like him, but it's made compelling by how gradually it's paced and how it's propped up by his inner monologue. He may not outwardly express himself much, so those around him may find some moments where he does exhibit growth to be a bit sudden, though still welcome, but we follow his thought process over the course of the story and understand his headspace in a more intimate way than the others ever could. Some may view him as kind of whiny or, God forbid, emo, but he's also a 17-year-old kid with a lot of emotional baggage. He is very well aware that he did not turn out alright, but he's doing the best he can. I was a lot like Squall when I was a teenager, really inside my own head, didn't play nicely with, and very dismissive of others, so to me he feels real in a way that most other characters in the series before now haven't. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call him my favorite protagonist in the series, but he is definitely in the running. While the other seeds do try to get through to him from time to time and believe that he's a competent leader, none of them are able to penetrate his rough exterior. Instead, it takes someone outside his lifestyle to challenge his stoicism in a direct and meaningful way.
God damn it.
Of the 6 party members, Noah Hardley is the only one who isn't a member of Seed or otherwise affiliated with the Garden. The only reason she was present at Squall and the others' graduation party was so she could speak to Headmaster Sid and get help to liberate Timber from Galbadian occupation. It's a cause she's fully committed to, though her naivete, lack of training, and pampered background leave a lot to be desired from Squall and the others' perspectives. Her tendency to get into trouble as a result of her inexperience grates on them. From their, or at least Squall's perspective, they're basically babysitting her, since according to their contract, they have to stick around until Timber is liberated from Galbadian control. That's not to say Renoa is oblivious to their impatience, but the one time she tries to show that she can actually contribute to the team, she ends up proving them right. She naively tries to get Sorceress Adia to put on a bracelet that would basically prevent her from using her magic, and it goes about as well as you'd expect. It's a plan she didn't think through, and if it wasn't for Squall and Irvine's intervention, who knows what would have happened. What Renoa brings to the group, however, is an emotional center. The others are all emotionally damaged or repressed in some way or another because of their upbringing, but Renoa, as the only one of them who grew up completely outside of the Gardens, expresses her feelings freely and earnestly. This, too, engenders a bit of side-eye from the others, mainly Squall and Quistis, as they see it as a sign of immaturity, and while I don't think they're completely off base in thinking that, it does betray that, on some level, they view emotion as a bit of a weakness. It's fitting, then, that Quistis' major faux pas during the assassination mission is leaving her post so that she can apologize to Renoa for her outburst. Renoa is the most openly compassionate party member in Final Fantasy VIII, and she has no trouble expressing that. She's a bit quirky and can be a bit immature at times, but she knows when to take things seriously. When conceptualizing her character, the prevailing idea among the development staff was to make her cute, but as Kazushige Nojima would lament years later, none of the contributions to her character came from the female staff. While having women's input on a female character would have been more valuable than just men's, I personally don't have any issues with the character we ultimately got, at least none worth harping on. She can be a bit flirty, sure, but it's far from her entire personality, and while she can sometimes be immature, as I just mentioned, she's A, 17 years old, and B, seems to have had a pampered upbringing. Being a teensy bit spoiled and immature would just make sense with that background. More pertinently, however, she acts as another major foil to Squall, the most closed-off member of the cast. Over time, she picks up on his unconscious tells, his body language, and the other subtle ways he does communicate his feelings, and tries to encourage him to open up and be emotionally honest with the people around him. Of course, he initially resists, but over time he does start to loosen up bit by bit. While Rinoa exudes a warmth that begins to thaw Squall's icy exterior, reading between the lines yields a greater depth born of sorrow. Rinoa may have been well off growing up, but it wasn't entirely ideal. Her mother died when she was young, and she and her father, Galbadia's General Caraway, have had a strained relationship ever since. Their worldviews clashed, and Rinoa joined the Forest Owls out of a genuine desire to see Timber liberated, but the notion that her decision was also at least partially driven by a desire to rebel against her father is lightly implied. She trusts the Forest Owls, but during the limited instances we see of her interacting with them and others around Timber, we don't get the sense that she's close to any of them. Combine this observation with her background and her contribution to Selfie's webpage, and it would seem that she doesn't really have any close friends. The Forest Owls and other rebel groups trust her despite her parentage, of course, but the interactions we see tend to be curt. The closest friend she seems to have when we meet her in Timber is her dog, Angelo, but it doesn't take long for her to reveal that she did have one other important person in her life. Someone who she trusted, someone she loved, someone who we're led to believe was incapable of reciprocating such affections. Cypher. The two had a summer romance the year prior, and it was that connection which prompted Rinoa to turn to Seed to help the Forest Owls. It was also what seemed to spur Cypher into infiltrating Timber himself and briefly holding the Galbadian president hostage on live TV. While Rinoa and Cypher were broken up by this point, they were apparently still on good terms, though his defection to become the Sorceress's Knight quickly soured her on having any sort of relationship with him, platonic or otherwise. It was her affection for Cypher that initially drew her to Squall. Despite the boys' fierce rivalry, Rinoa recognized that the two are far more alike than either would like to admit. Both are cold on the outside and warm on the inside, and don't play nicely with others. Sure, Cypher has Fujin and Raijin, whose loyalty to him goes a long way, but he almost seems to view them as lackeys rather than friends. While the full extent of Rinoa's relationship with Cypher is left up to the player's imagination, it's clear that she still has some complicated and possibly unresolved feelings about him when we meet her. It's those feelings which draw her to Squall, as she seems to be projecting them onto him. But over time, that association fades as she begins to cultivate an actual relationship with Squall based on who he is, rather than residual feelings for someone else. We'll wrap back around to talking about their relationship in due time. As for my feelings about Rinoa as a character, I like her well enough. She is absolutely the sort of person who can get someone like Squall to come out of his shell, but she also isn't defined entirely by her relationship with him. She has her own agency independent of Squall, with her decisions being driven by her own ideals. Her attempts to get Squall to open up aren't just because she likes him, but because she's also been kind of lonely for most of her life, and doesn't want anyone else to feel that way. That's what brings them together, and it's why she's a great foil for him. Of course, most of the cast act as foils for Squall in some way, but there's one more that cannot go undiscussed. He doesn't have as strong of a presence as anyone in the party, but his place in the story complements them all. The man in Squall's dreams, Laguna Loire. Every so often, Squall and the other Seeds will inexplicably pass out and begin to relive the lives of some Galbadian soldiers in the days of the war with Esthar. These soldiers, Laguna Loire, Hero Sigil, and Ward Zabek, contrast with the party in several significant ways. They're all fairly normal and well-adjusted people, for example. They're still soldiers, of course, at least initially before leaving the military, but unlike Squall and the others, they had lives outside of the war. Laguna, for example, wanted to be a journalist, traveling the world and writing about all the places he visits. Like Zell, Selfie, and the rest are for Squall and Rinoa, Kyros and Ward are little more than supporting characters for Laguna, though due to them having far less screen time, their personalities aren't as vibrant as the main supporting cast. They're still reasonably well defined, though. While Laguna is recovering from the injuries he suffered on their deployment to Centra, Kiros was incredibly bored without his commander's antics livening up his and Ward's lives. And Ward, while he loses the ability to speak during that same deployment, is still able to communicate his thoughts and feelings non-verbally, and he's as warm and gentle as he always was. But the star of these flashbacks is Laguna himself, who is the complete and total opposite of Squall, much to the young man's chagrin. Squall experiences firsthand several important vignettes in Laguna's adult life, initially finding him to be a bumbling and incompetent doofus. And to be fair, Laguna is a bumbling doofus. The first dream sequence sees him and the others leaving their post to go to Deling City to listen to a woman named Julia play the piano in a hotel lounge, and this apparently isn't the first time he's heard her play. Kiros and Ward encourage him to go up and actually talk to her, but Laguna is incredibly shy and awkward, which leads to his leg cramping up on him. This is Squall's first impression of the guy, and they couldn't be more dissimilar. Laguna does get to spend some time with Julia, though, after she invites him up to her hotel room. They talk about their dreams in life, how he wants to be a journalist and she wants to be a singer. Unfortunately, the two would never meet again, as Laguna would be sent to Centra shortly afterward. His charm on her and subsequently going MIA would inspire Julia to write the song Eyes on Me, a tribute to her true love and the life the two can no longer have together. Laguna would be nursed back to health by a woman named Rain in the sleepy village of Windhill, and when Kiros happens upon him there 6 months later, he tells Laguna about Julia's success as well as her marriage to General Caraway. Yes, the woman Laguna pined for ended up being Renoa's late mother. Laguna is, of course, a bit upset about this, but he's also elated to hear that Julia was able to fulfill her dreams of being a singer, a world-renowned one at that. It inspires him to finally pursue his own dreams of being a traveling journalist, but he's torn between that and a quiet life in Windhill with Rain and her adopted daughter alone, whose parents were killed when they refused to give her up to Astharian soldiers looking for a successor for Sorceress Adele. Laguna's relationship with Rain isn't explicitly romantic, at least initially. There are some mutual feelings, and Alone really wants to see them together, especially since she and Laguna have already cultivated a strong bond in such a short amount of time, but Rain has some reservations. Windhill is basically home to Laguna at this point. He's cultivated relationships with the people here and has taken to defending the village from monsters that wander in from outside. The only thing he knows for certain is that, if he does leave and begin writing, he will not write about Windhill. He loves it too much to let people around the world learn about it and turn it into a bustling tourist town. Throughout the story, Squall and the others are able to read various issues of the magazine Timber Maniacs. There's no gameplay benefit for doing so, and you don't even get to see what's in the issue you read in the moment. However, checking Selfie's blog reveals that she's been archiving all of the articles that Laguna ended up writing for them. It seems that he was able to live out his dream after all. He even published a photo of Rain at the tavern, although he doesn't disclose the location. Laguna's story unfolds gradually through a combination of these dream sequences and scenes with Squall in the present. For example, the side quest in Shumi Village is instigated by an artisan creating a statue of Laguna, who during his brief time here had attempted to teach the non-verbal Moombas to speak, though the only words that they were able to say is Laguna. But it doesn't take long for Laguna's story to begin taking on a tinge of melancholy. While Balam Garden is mobile, a ship commandeered by Seeds dressed in white, who claim to be an envoy of Sorceress Adia, requests that Alone leave Balam Garden and come with them. The plot thickens tremendously here. Why does Adia have Seeds? Why do they come in peace? What do they want with Alone? Why is Alone at Balam Garden? How is Alone at Balam Garden? When did she even get here? Of course, these do get answered, but most immediately, yes, a grown-up Alone is at Balam Garden. In fact, she's one of the first characters we see in the story. She briefly met Squall at the infirmary after his morning spar with Cypher, and she made another appearance after that in the training center. Squall is understandably baffled that Alone was here the whole time, and while she doesn't elucidate exactly what's going on, she pensively affirms her love for her uncle Laguna, while ruminating on whether the past can be changed. Before she leaves on the White Seed ship, she tells Squall that he's her only hope. For what exactly? He doesn't know yet. But in this moment, it's made clear to him that his connection to Laguna has something to do with Alone. It's the most intimate connection that Squall has ever had. He's been inside Laguna's head, knows who he is inside and out, yet they've never met. Laguna himself only becomes vaguely aware of Squall's presence in his head by an odd sensation he attributes to the fairies, which he welcomes. Through Laguna, Squall experiences the life of a man who has no issues being open with himself and others, and it's his charm and lack of self-seriousness which engenders trust and friendship from others. He's a fun character to spend time with. Over time, Squall's dismissiveness of Laguna is supplanted by a yearning to understand who he is and why Alone seemingly decided to connect them. Her love for Uncle Laguna needs no explanation, but Squall wants to know why he's being brought into this. He's got enough on his plate, and doesn't want to be responsible for ensuring the happiness of a woman he only just met. The sequences where we play as Laguna are few and far between, though this wasn't always the case. Originally, the game's story was going to be much more evenly split between him and Squall, and there was some data for unfinished scenes left over in the files on the final game, but these plans were ultimately scaled back. Whether this was to the story's benefit or detriment, we have no way of knowing, but as it stands now, the fluctuating frequency of these scenes over the course of the story is very noticeable, though I'm not sure if I'd say they aren't paced out well. Obviously, Laguna is meant to be the anti-Squall, the confident adult who easily makes friends and wears his heart on his sleeve, someone who isn't so inside his own head, the impulsive id to Squall's self-serious ego. Laguna is the kind of person Squall could be if he would just open up a little bit and actually let people in. And forcing Squall to experience moments in the life of someone like that is interesting. It gives him a perspective he's refused to consider, and between the indirect influence of Laguna and the direct influence of Renoa, he starts to do just that. The gap between Squall and Laguna is one which is not only intentional but strengthens both characters. But I have heard many an argument which asserts that, by this point, it's not the only gap present. Except unlike the temporal chasm separating our co-leads, they view these other gaps as critical flaws in the storytelling which not only drag the entire experience down, but make it nigh incomprehensible or needlessly contrived. Depending on
I'm going
who you talk
Timberfall.
to, even the Laguna flashbacks can be considered a major misstep in telling this story. So let's slow down a bit and address all of that. I think we can all agree that Final Fantasy VIII's first disc is fairly grounded. Sure, there's magic, these Guardian Force things, fantasy monsters, time traveling through dreams, and even a sorceress being appointed as the ambassador of a warmongering state, but in terms of narrative, it's fairly constrained to the character's mercenary work and the fallout thereof. The gears of the plot are put into motion by geopolitical strife, from Galbadian occupations of other territories, all the way up to attempting to assassinate a major political figure. The assassination plan is even engineered by a leading officer of that nation's own military, whose daughter was working with a resistance group against his forces. I found the events of Disc 1 to be very gripping. The stakes were high, the conflict was escalating in an engaging and believable way, the characters were pretty well established for the most part, and it was all simple to follow. It feels like a natural progression of what came at the start of 6 and 7. But from the moment you swap to Disc 2, things do start to change. More fantastical elements are introduced, like the Moombas. Story threads that seem as important as they are bizarre come and go with seemingly little build-up, foreshadowing, or lasting consequences, such as Garden Master Norg. Even aspects which were high concept in their depiction but grounded in function, like the gardens, are uprooted, as now they're able to be piloted in low altitudes like airships, something which even Sid had no idea about. And that's without getting into what happens during Disc 3, with monsters coming from the moon, a derelict spaceship, the sorceress who used to rule the nation of Esthar being imprisoned and kept in stasis up in the planet's orbit, another sorceress from the future sending her consciousness to the past to take control of
This was the
Atia,
Neon
and
Genesis
that
era.
same future sorceress planning to mind control the evil sorceress in stasis to compress all of time into a single moment. I know it's a lot to take in all at once, and for what it's worth, the game itself paces most of this out better, but this is the kind of stuff we're dealing with here. After my first playthrough, I felt that all of this stuff made the story and tone feel incredibly disjointed. Not necessarily bad, but I was wondering why, say, the story needed to slow down and deal with a garden master who, as far as I could tell, just came out of nowhere and ultimately didn't amount to anything. The Moombas didn't really feel like they added anything either. TV and radio waves not being able to travel across the world because of Sorceress Adele's thoughts scrambling them from her stasis didn't seem like an unreasonable aspect of the world building, but I was wondering, to what end? As for all the other stuff with Ultimecia, the consciousness-hopping sorceress from the future, we'll talk about her in due time. I thought that maybe some things here or there passed me by, or that there was some subtle foreshadowing that I failed to pick up on, and seeing as how I hadn't engaged with the junction system as efficiently or deeply as I could have on my first go-around, I knew that I needed to give Final Fantasy VIII at least one more thorough playthrough before really passing judgment on any of it. Now that I knew how the junction system worked and where the story was going, I figured that such foreknowledge would allow me to more easily pick up on any hints or foreshadowing that I had initially missed. I felt lukewarm about the game after my first playthrough, leaning slightly more positive than negative, but it felt that for every aspect I liked, there was another I strongly disliked. However, I was more than willing to give it a second chance. But before I started my second playthrough, an acquaintance of mine who loves the game told me something that made me reframe my approach to Final Fantasy VIII, not just in terms of narrative, but the entire experience. He said that he loves how, in order to get to know your party members, you have to go out of your way to do it. You have to take the initiative to bring them to the right places at the right time, to read Selphie's blog and the entries she asked everyone else to write, to choose the right dialogue options, etc. If you want to connect with them, you have to want to connect with them. This was something I wasn't aware of, and took it to heart when the time came to start my second playthrough. I took my time and made sure to consult walkthroughs and guides so I could see every missable scene and minor interaction with the other characters that I possibly could.
You screwed
I
me,
didn't
I
quite
think.
hit them all, but without this approach, I wouldn't have found the scene of Selphie mourning her old classmates at the ruins of
I'm just
Trevia
gonna go to
Garden.
Everfall so I
I
can
wouldn't
get
have
back
followed
here.
along with Zell's subplot with the girl in the library. I wouldn't have known that Quistis is the head of a secret group of competitive triple triad players who you can only challenge if you beat every other member, and because of that, I now have a Gilgamesh card. I also wouldn't have gotten the dialogue during the Garden Festival when Rinoa finally gets through to Squall about how everyone else cares about him, and that he should be willing to open up and trust them as they do him. You only get this dialogue if you choose the right instruments for Selphie and the others to play either an Irish jig or Eyes on Me. If you choose any instrument with sheet music that doesn't match up with the rest, Rinoa will instead comment on how she normally likes the song being played, but is upset that the band is just ruining it. It is insane to me that such a great scene and arguably a pivotal moment in both Squall's arc and his and Rinoa's relationship can be completely derailed and get away from itself if you either don't have a guide or don't have an ear for music. Most importantly, though, is that keeping this bit of advice in mind led to my view of the game changing completely. It's easy enough to call Final Fantasy VIII a love story, or to say that that's what it is at its core, or something to that effect, and obviously that is a major component of it. But I found that this is merely one facet of a theme which pervades so much of its story: connection. Every character has some struggles with forming bonds with others. Squall's arc hinges on his need to overcome his abandonment issues and let people in. His most intimate interpersonal connection through much of the story is to Laguna, a connection which was forced upon him and is, for all intents and purposes, one way. Quistis had her job as an instructor revoked because she didn't have the chops to connect with her students on that level, and her attempt to vent to Squall, for whom she had feelings she interpreted as romantic, leads to her being completely shut down. Selphie, from the moment she arrived at Balam, tried to make as many new friends as possible, and her dream of putting on and performing in the Garden Festival was similarly an attempt to connect to others through her passion for music, which itself has brought people together for millennia. And this theme isn't restricted to the party. Adele's imprisonment led to over-the-air TV and radio waves being unusable due to the heavy interference, meaning that these methods of long-range communication were practically destroyed. And the interference itself is actually Adele's own thoughts broadcasting themselves to the devices that can receive them. You can see them on the massive public screen in Timber during Disc 1, a scrambled mix of threats and assertions that, despite her containment, she is very much alive and just as powerful as ever. HD cable has been laid underground to facilitate long-range communication since then, allowing TV and the internet to propagate, but all of this puts into perspective why it's such a big deal when the Galbadian president is able to appear on live TV all over the world using over-the-air frequencies for the first time in 17 years. And what does the president do with this historic moment? Announce the appointment of Sorceress Edea as the official ambassador of Galbadia, making her responsible for connecting and communicating with other nations on behalf of Galbadia. Cypher's connection with her allows him to live out his romantic dream of being a sorceress's knight, and this desire allows the sorceress to corrupt Cypher and turn him into her lackey. Cypher abuses the connections he's made with others as well. In the intro cinematic, he turned what was meant to be a simple sparring match with Squall into an attempt to show dominance, and he takes advantage of Fujin and Raijin's dedication to him by giving them orders that would benefit the sorceress to their own detriment. And they do it because, despite their reservations about it and lack of animosity towards Squall and the others, they're loyal to Cypher. This theme even permeates into the seemingly outlandish elements. The Moombas may not be able to communicate through speech, but Laguna still tries to teach them how to talk anyway. And while they only learn to say his name, that alone speaks volumes about the influence he had on them and the connection he made with the Shumi tribe, who celebrate him with a statue. Garden Master Norg, who is also a Shumi, only got involved in the garden project because Cid needed funding. Their connection allowed Cid to realize his dream of establishing Seed to fight the sorceress, but it's this very connection which saw the corruption of that dream in Norg's pursuit of capital. It's an understandable concern. You need a lot of money to support that sort of operation, but Norg was ready to sell out Cid and those loyal to his cause to protect his own skin from Sorceress Edea. If he had gotten his way, then Seed's transformation from a force meant to combat a specific threat into a for-profit mercenary group would have been complete. Cid's connection with Norg was both necessary and detrimental. But of course, the idea for Seed and Garden wasn't originally Cid's. It was Edea's, his wife. His love for her led him to seek out a business partner to make it happen, even if it meant that he would someday send Seed to defeat her. Cid's love for his wife was so great he was willing to put together an organization for the sole purpose of killing people like her because it was what she wanted. Of course, she always denied that Seed would have to be used against her, but she also wasn't expecting to be mind-controlled. And Ultimisia's control over Edea is basically a corruption of how the party junctions Guardian forces to their own minds, connecting these powerful creatures to their very being in order to gain the power to fight. The world design also plays into this. Railroads connect and crisscross over a significant amount of the Galbadian continent,
railroads
even extending
were
to
a really
Balam,
big part of
allowing
it.
direct travel across the ocean. The
I thought
world
the
map is
railroad
even
was
bisected by
actually
a
really cool.
transcontinental rail line bridging the gap between
And a-
Galbadia
and
to the
a
west
boat,
and
yeah.
Asthar to the east, the latter of which has become an isolationist nation since the days of the Sorceress War. The bridge was shut down, but the small town of Fisherman's Horizon has been steadily built up near the midpoint. And while you can't run a train on it, you can still hoof it all the way to Asthar on foot, which Squall does while carrying an unconscious Renoa on his back during Disc 3. Even Triple Triad contributes to the near omnipresence of this idea while directly tying it into the gameplay. You can play the game with numerous NPCs who have little to no significance, as well as several who do. In the big picture, it amounts to little more than flavor or distraction, but playing games is a way of connecting and establishing a rapport with others, even total strangers. Learning and spreading different regional rule sets to different parts of the world connects different cultures together through a shared medium. And the cards you earn from playing can be converted into useful items, which can then be used to upgrade your weapons or refine into magic, which you can cast, junction, or both. All because you decided to play a few rounds of cards with some guy you briefly met at the train station. When you consider when the game was developed,
I loved
this
it.
focus on connecting with others across the world through different avenues of communication seems obvious. While the 1990s in Japan were largely defined by the collapse of the previous decade's bubble economy, the adoption, innovation, and proliferation of new and evolving technologies was still ongoing. Among these was the mobile phone, which would become a near ubiquitous gadget by the end of the decade, growing from approximately 1% of the Japanese population owning one at the start of the decade to 45% by 1999. Global internet usage had also seen a staggering rise, from 2.62 million users in 1990 to over 280 million in 1999, an increase of over 10,000%. And let's not forget that Kazushige Nojima's approach to writing Final Fantasy VIII was influenced by direct player feedback to 7 that he read online. The world was changing. Mass communication and the ability to instantly connect with and share ideas between people who lived on the other side of the planet at a moment's notice was no longer a science fiction pipe dream. It was here, accessible to anybody with a computer or mobile phone and an internet connection. With this real-world context, it only makes sense that we have a character who maintains an online blog throughout the game, why TV and radio waves are practically unusable. Those methods of communicating are only one way, and the world was taking its first steps into an era of constant back-and-forth communication.
Yeah.
TV and radio programs can bring people together, but they're still
part of it.
transmitted without any expectation of a response. Whereas you're meant to interact and share your thoughts on message boards and forums, post and comment on blogs, participate in chat rooms, and answer phone calls when the phone is always on your person. Video games weren't immune to this either. Online multiplayer had been part of the PC gaming sphere for several years by the time Final Fantasy VIII came out. The MMORPG had begun to propagate in the West, with games like Ultima Online and Meridian 59 bringing thousands of players together in a single space. Consoles were taking their first steps toward internet accessibility as a standard, with the Sega Dreamcast including a dial-up modem right out of the box. Even the proliferation of Pokémon, both in Japan and abroad, reflects the changing cultural landscape that was encroaching upon the world. It was more than just a game. It was a social and communal activity, trading with others because you had a particular version of the game, sharing information about where to find rare and legendary Pokémon, and even spreading rumors about things that the low-fidelity visuals and open-ended nature of the game world made seem plausible. It brought kids together in a way that no other game before it had, and created a worldwide phenomenon which continues to this day, with the franchise's core ethos still focusing on the connections we make with our cute little buddies, and with each other as human beings. Humans are social creatures. Even the most introverted among us need to interact with others every now and again lest we go insane. And Final Fantasy VIII explores this in numerous ways, from the interpersonal, to the societal, to the parasocial. Just about every single one of those seemingly outlandish elements of the story past Disc 1 ties back to this basic theme. And that includes what is perhaps the most controversial scene in the entire game. The orphanage scene. During Disc 2, when the party goes to Trabia Garden to assess the damage done by Galbadia's missile strike, Rinoa breaches the topic of trying to end this conflict with Edea and Galbadia without bloodshed. Keep in mind, it hasn't yet been revealed that Edea is being controlled. Rinoa's scared that something's gonna happen, and that one of them may not make it out of this alive if they have to fight. Irvine immediately understands where she's coming from. He shares that when he was 4 years old, he lived in an orphanage with a bunch of other kids, and that there was one among them who was particularly special to him. Just talking to and being around her made him happy. As he's sharing this, Selphie asks him a simple question. Was the orphanage a stone house? He says it was. Quistis chimes in, asking if it was by the ocean, which Irvine also confirms. From the moment he met them at Galbadia Garden, he recognized Selphie, Zell, Squall, and Quistis. They were all at that orphanage together, along with Cypher, who was a big bully even back then. But they weren't the only ones there. Elone was there too for a time, and because she was a smidge older than the others, they all called her their big sis. And their matron, the woman who took care of them as though they were her own, was Edea Kramer. Save for Irvine, none of them remembered much of this, if they remembered anything at all, and the reason for this is attributed to their use of Guardian Forces. Their critics had warned that junctioning them to the human mind can lead to memory loss, and we've been junctioning them the entire time. It's part of the curriculum at Balamgarden. Squall, Quistis, and Zell have been doing it for years. Selphie, despite learning at Trabia Garden, had found a GF when she was 12, and junctioned it for a while before losing it at some point. Irvine remembers clearly because he had never junctioned a GF until he joined the party. This revelation, and the extra bits of character background we're given to accompany it, reframes a lot of what's happened so far. Among the most obvious is Irvine's character and conduct. His schmoozing with the female party members, Selphie in particular, initially came off as womanizing, and had left me feeling he was a bit skeevy. He is still a bit of a self-admitted womanizer, but a lot of this previous behavior now reads as earnest, if perhaps overbearing, attempts at trying to jog Selphie's memory of their childhood together. When he choked during the assassination mission, it wasn't because of incompetence or nerves, it was because he couldn't bring himself to shoot and kill the woman he thinks of as a mother figure. And the fact that everyone else, the friends he had known since they were all little, were so prepared to execute her without even a hint of remorse or acknowledgement of that history, tore him up inside. It's also this revelation that crystallizes Quistis's confused affection for Squall. She had thought they were romantic feelings, and tried and failed to act on them here and there early on in the story. The reason she stopped pursuing him was because Renoa had joined the party, and Quistis thought she couldn't compete. But now she realizes that she had completely misunderstood her feelings. She didn't have a crush on Squall. She saw him as a little brother. It's a resolution to her inner conflict that feels meaningful to them both, while also strengthening their platonic relationship. Above all, the party learning that most of them had been in the same orphanage together but forgot because of the Guardian forces is tragic. Some of the first human connections they ever had were wrested away from them as a side effect of military indoctrination. Zell forgot he was even adopted until this moment. Squall couldn't remember the name of his beloved big sis before now. And the person they have to kill is their matron? The first mother figure they ever knew? Well, it's a lot. I went into Final Fantasy VIII knowing about this scene, but mostly unaware of the context, how it played out, or how it affected the characters. So despite the dismay I had heard others express about it, I decided not to dwell on it until I actually got to it for myself. And even during my first playthrough, I didn't totally get why so many people make a big stink about it. Sure, it's a little sudden, but it doesn't come completely out of nowhere. Guardian forces being criticized for causing memory loss is laid bare on Squall's terminal right at the beginning of the game. Irvine being overly familiar with Selphie similarly acts as foreshadowing. Just because it only becomes apparent in hindsight doesn't automatically make it less meaningful. It may be a bit much to take in all at once, but if you break it down to the bare basics, it's just 3 pieces of new information. The party were at the same orphanage, Big Sis alone was also there, and Adia was their matron. Probably the biggest and most consistent criticism I see levied towards this scene is that it's too contrived. That having all of them come from the same orphanage where they were cared for by the person who, at this point in the story, is the main villain, strains credulity. Furthermore, that this reveal supposedly doesn't leave a lasting impact. I've heard the argument here and there that you could excise this scene and little to none of what happens afterward would fundamentally change. In terms of just things that happen, I don't know about that. It ends up being pretty significant in Disc 4. But stories are more than just a sequence of events strung together to form a narrative. Not every story even has or needs a diegetically cohesive sequence of things happening to accomplish what it sets out to do. And plenty of stories are more about their characters or themes than their plot. Final Fantasy VIII easily falls into that last category. There is a sequence of events leading Squall and the others from one event or location to the next, but above all else, the story is about growing up, connecting with other people, letting go of the past, and facing the future, however uncertain it may be. The party's childhood bonds were fractured as they grew up, as we've discussed. But their decision to stick together isn't born of a sense of obligation to who they used to be, it's a choice they make as they move towards a better tomorrow. It's what sets them all apart from the one member of the orphanage gang who isn't also a party member. Cypher may have grown older like the others, but he never grew up. he stayed a brash, selfish bully. And whereas Squall eventually lets go of his childish dream of proving that he was strong so that Alone would return, even if it took him a while to do so completely, Cypher betrays Seed and Garden the moment Sorceress Adia suggests that she could fulfill his romantic dream of becoming a sorceress's knight. She even zeroes in on Cypher's insecurity at being seen as a child in the process. In a bit of dramatic irony, it's subtly implied that this dream came from a movie he saw where Laguna played a knight wielding a gunblade to protect a sorceress from a dragon, which he only did for the money to make his way to Asthar to rescue a kidnapped Alone. Cypher even has the same stance, like a child playing pretend. Removing the orphanage scene may not affect the plot much, but it is critical to the story, the themes, and how the characters tie back into them. They would become significantly weaker without it, as their connection to each other would become more dependent on circumstance rather than shared trauma or personal motivations, which strengthen the overall theme of connection. Characters who move solely at the whims of the plot tend to be far less engaging than those who are confronted with obstacles that challenge who they are as people beyond the physical, and having their struggles tie into the core ideas of the story makes it all more cohesive. Final Fantasy VIII's plot, to me, can be a bit off its gourd. It absolutely goes to some strange places by the end, but the story that's being told, growing up, forming bonds, letting go, and moving forward, is wonderful. And the aspect of connecting with others shines especially bright simply by virtue of being told through an interactive medium. To demonstrate why, I want to briefly discuss Neon Genesis Evangelion. For all two of you that are unfamiliar with it, Eva was a 26-episode anime series directed by Hideaki Anno and produced by Studio Gainax between October 1995 and March 1996. While at first it comes off as a simple Monster of the Week mecha with some of the most gorgeous animation to hit Japanese airwaves, over the course of the series' run, it began to slip into the realm of the psychological. Without getting too into the behind-the-scenes details, the show got darker, sponsors bailed, and the show's budget was rapidly wearing thin. It got so bad that Anno's plan for the two-part finale had to be reworked from being totally conclusive for everything the series had built up over the first 24 episodes into an abstract and bare-bones exploration of the characters' psyches in pursuit of getting across the series' most core theme: that humans need to connect with each other, despite how the vulnerability we exhibit by doing so can ultimately lead to pain. This would be reiterated in the 1997 theatrical film, The End of Evangelion. In case you haven't seen it, or it somehow hasn't been spoiled for you, I won't get into how the series explores this. I highly recommend you watch it for yourself if you haven't already. All 26 episodes and then the movie, in that order. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I even put it on that watch list for this video. I bring it up not to directly compare it with Final Fantasy VIII, but because they tread similar thematic ground. Were Katase, Nojima, or Nomura potentially inspired by it? Maybe. Eva was and still is massively popular in Japan, and the timeline means it's more than feasible, but whether they were or not is irrelevant here. Final Fantasy VIII explores the theme of connection in very different ways from Eva, and not just in terms of tone or genre aesthetic. As a video game, it's able to invite the player to participate in the act of making connections with others, learn about your party members, play Triple Triad, the works. Just as well, you could opt not to do this, and take in little more than what's presented to you on the surface for most of the characters. The level and depth of your understanding closely correlates to what you put into them. It's why I didn't really like Zell and Selphie after my first playthrough, but started to appreciate them more when I took the time to meet them halfway on my second time through. Compare this with Eva, which is obviously no slouch in psychoanalyzing its own characters, but by virtue of it being a TV show, everyone who watches it will be presented with the same information. By the end of the story, we're all intimately familiar with the characters' respective damages, and how they affect them in myriad ways. Of course, Eva being what it is, the way that you interpret all of it could vary wildly, but it would still be based on the exact same sequence and combination of audio and visuals that everybody else would see, director's cuts notwithstanding. With a video game, not everyone is going to see every part of it, and as such, there will inevitably be readings based on more or less information than other people's. This is what makes Final Fantasy VIII so fascinating on a thematic level. To fully grasp that theme of connection, you have to actively pursue those connections. It's also why the game can seem like a hot mess to some people. Such a heavy focus on themes at the expense of plot can rub people the wrong way, and leave them feeling left out in the cold, thinking that none of it makes any sense and wondering why it's like that. Combine this with a desire for art and media to simply make sense, and you have a recipe for dissatisfied players and audiences to begin reading the text in alternative ways, all in search of that cohesion they felt they were robbed of. When it comes to discussion of Final Fantasy VIII on the internet, it's seemingly inevitable that someone will bring up at least one of two popular fan theories. Theories which have garnered so much traction that Jason Schreier asked Yoshinori Kitase for his thoughts about them because of just how pervasive they are. One of these was born partially out of the pervasive opinion that Final Fantasy VIII's story starts going off the rails after Disc 1, and aims to explain why. Why do various world and story elements come and go with practically no foreshadowing or lasting significance? Why did Squall's chest wound disappear without any scarring? Why are more out there fantasy and science fiction elements being thrown into the mix now? Why moon monsters? Why is the villain now a sorceress from the future who can transfer her consciousness into a sorceress from the present? And why, during the LSD trip we see after beating the final boss, do we briefly get this image?
It's you, you're a
This
Squall.
image is the symbol of the Squall is dead theory. I loathe theories like this. More often than not, I find that they're cobbled together by insecure teenagers and young adults trying to justify their continued love of the media they grew up with by trying to give them a dark undercurrent. All of the characters except this one died, and the character designs reflect the cause of death. The main character is in a coma, and that's why he doesn't age despite the passage of time. As a thought exercise, they're funny, because, yeah, some of those things do kind of line up if you look at them a certain way, but they're really just novelties. Novelties based on readings of media that are simultaneously extremely narrow and incredibly broad. There isn't really any deeper meaning behind these interpretations either. They're depressing and macabre for the sake of being depressing and macabre. So you'd expect I wouldn't be all that fond of the Final Fantasy VIII version of this either. And you'd be right, but for different reasons. Whereas this kind of theory getting pinned on nostalgic kid shows in the internet age is done to be kind of edgy and quote-unquote adult, meaning be damned, proponents of the Squall is dead theory seem to actually be trying to find meaning in the text. Not to paint everyone who follows or enjoys this theory with the same brush, but I find that those who believe in it tend to view the story in a more literal way, reading the text on a surface level, and when Disc 1 was fairly grounded compared to the higher concept ideas and imagery that come around afterward, it's only natural that some people would look at Discs 2 through 4 and wonder what brought on such a big shift. Of course, I've already broken down why, in my opinion, a fair amount of that stuff isn't as beyond the pale as it may seem, but we're going to set that aside while we assess this theory. Because on its face, when listing out the story beats, yeah, after Disc 1, things seem kind of random when taken out of context. But what would be the nexus points that could send the story into Cuckoo Bananas territory? Look no further than the FMV at the end of Disc 1, wherein Squall is impaled by Adia's ice spike and falls from her parade float before fading to black. After that, he wakes up in a prison with his wound not just healed, but missing, without so much as a scar left behind. The theory purports that, from this point forward, everything is a fantasy Squall is living out in his head as he slowly bleeds to death. The closer the story is to the end, the weirder things get, culminating with that trippy sequence during the ending FMV as his brain loses oxygen and he finally dies, after which everything is bright, calm, and happy. It's the afterlife. As for exactly what meaning proponents of this theory hope or believe to have found, well, you got me there. I looked over the website that meticulously presents this theory and the evidence which supports it, but it's more focused on pointing out the stranger aspects of the story to prop up the theory than any ruminations on meaning or intent. Some of the information on the site is also a bit inaccurate, namely how it purports that Squall is impaled through the chest when it looks more like his shoulder, which is survivable. It also seems to be selective about understanding that this is a fantasy story, such as when the writers dismiss the Moombas for being cutesy lions. The lion is Squall's symbol, he admires them, and the Moombas are apparently strange because they're, quote, red lion Pokemons, so of course they must be some sort of conjuration of Squall's dying mind because... just because. I'm not going to go through and challenge every single point, because that would be tedious and more mean-spirited than I would like to be about it. But aside from being devoid of meaning, at least from where I'm standing, the theory also provides an easy way to dismiss any build-up or foreshadowing during Disc 1 that had a fanciful payoff later on. Norg's influence on Garden is lightly alluded to through the stoic Garden staff, how impersonal they are, and how pushy they get with Sid. You get 2 Laguna flashbacks during Disc 1 to build up to Alone. Guardian Forces having an effect on memory is brought up on Squall's terminal at the start of the game. Alone acts familiar with both Squall and Quistis in the infirmary and the training center. Irvine chokes when he has to shoot Sorceress Adia. Rinoa and Squall have their romantic meet-cute in the ballroom. All of this is setup, which pays off later, but through the Squall is dead lens, these payoffs can be disregarded as parts of a dying dream. By doing so, the foreshadowing can similarly be disregarded as not building up to anything. Whatever Squall supposedly makes of them in his supposed dying dream doesn't need to be rooted in or mean anything because it's all a dream anyway. It doesn't need to be rooted in any tangible reality. It's honestly kind of stunning how, in searching for cohesion, proponents of this theory end up throwing out parts of the story that actually do make it cohesive. On some level, I do actually admire this theory for trying to earnestly engage with the text, even if it's still in a somewhat literal way. I don't agree with it at all, but the attempts to try and decode what they see as symbolic to try and find meaning in what they view as an esoteric piece of avant-garde storytelling is genuinely laudable. And no, that isn't a backhanded compliment, I'm being 100% serious. Just maybe consider asking what core idea or thesis Squall being dead would serve, rather than only focus on proving why or how he's dead. It shouldn't need to be said, but words mean nothing if there is no meaning behind them. And would you look at that, I was able to engage with and criticize this theory without bringing up that Yoshinori Katase has said that, while he thinks it's an interesting idea, it isn't true. But of course, art is subjective, and if believing Squall is dead makes the story make sense to you, then have at it. But do keep an open mind and consider other readings and interpretations, even if you may not initially agree with them. After all, if it wasn't for my willingness to adjust my own approach to this game, this video would have come out very differently. I would be singing a different tune about so many aspects of it, like the characters, the storytelling, and Nobuo Uematsu's score.
Oh, you know, I haven't bought food yet.
As I've been going through the Final Fantasy series for these videos, I've always been mesmerized by Nobuo Uematsu's score. I'm not always over the moon, but even the soundtracks I'm not super high on have at least a handful of standout tracks that quickly buy a timeshare in my brain. Final Fantasy VIII is no exception, though even before I dug a little bit into Uematsu's approach this time around, it was apparent to me that it felt a bit different than its predecessors. When composing the score, Uematsu only used a Roland SC-88 synthesizer, which he was already quite familiar with. It was easier for him to use an older machine than to figure out how to use a new piece of kit or search around for a specific sample elsewhere in his workspace. But in regard to the music itself, he made a few conscious changes. He had decided not to have the world map theme be the same as the game's main theme, as was the case in previous installments. To him, it was an experiment, a creative exercise. The result, Blue Fields, is a track which does not get recalled anywhere else in the game. It's steady, but just a bit uneasy, as though it's fully aware that you could be thrust into a random encounter at basically any time, and yet there's still a tranquil quality to it, isn't there?
Yeah, it's always had a lilting, wonderful quality that you can listen to for a long time.
I find it acts as a nice companion to Balam Garden's theme, which deliberately invokes a sense of calm that you would expect from the place you'd call home. It helps that Balam Garden very easily gets stuck in your head.
They don't make them like this anymore. I love the music. The music's what I came for.
And this melody becomes a recurring motif throughout the game. It's the core of Tell Me, which plays when Quistis tries to open up to Squall about her own problems early in the story, but more significantly, it comes to represent Squall's relationship with everyone else in the party through the track Ami, the French word for friend. Where I Belong, which plays at the ruins of Trebia Garden, is also built off of the Balam Garden melody, but is much more stripped down and intimate than Ami. It takes that calming motif and turns it into something almost melancholic and bittersweet. However, while this melody is meant to represent the party and the bonds they're cultivating with each other, Uematsu forewent composing individual character themes for Final Fantasy VIII. This decision was driven by two factors. First was that, outside of Squall and Rinoa, nobody else was going to get a big moment or vignette in the story like the cast of the previous games. And second, he felt that the impact of individual character themes in FF6 and 7 wasn't as heavy as he had thought. While I wholeheartedly disagree about them being ineffective in those games, I can understand his decision to, quote, let the other characters take a step back, music-wise. I think he absolutely could have done it, but I suppose it is what it is. He did end up composing a joint theme for Squall and Rinoa, as he recognized them as the game's main character, but I want to talk about a few other tracks first. While its melody isn't reused or rearranged like Balam Garden's theme, The Oath is another track which is used to convey the idea of connection, if a bit more loosely. Its most significant uses are when Squall addresses the students of Balam Garden over the intercom during the garden battle, and when Fujin and Raijin plead with Cypher to give up his reckless and self-destructed dream of being a sorceress's knight. The track reflects the indirect connection and influence that Squall has over his fellow students. He didn't want to be Seed's commander, but they all trust him, and as much as he struggles with the responsibilities and expectations placed upon him, he also doesn't want to let them down. Just some simple words of encouragement from the leader they all see as unflappable and fully confident in both himself and all of them can go a long way, and Squall has to be emotionally honest with them and himself to do it. In contrast, Cypher's relationship with Raijin and Fujin is more direct and personal. They pop up here and there throughout the game and say that they aren't in league with Adia or Ultimisia or whoever they think is in control at the moment. They're playing for Team Cypher, but it's clear that they aren't exactly comfortable with how the sorceress's influences changed him. They finally have enough of it at the end of Disc 3, and to really punctuate the moment, Fujin breaks her habit of speaking single words in all caps monotone to try and get through to him. Up until now, the player has looked at Fujin as a stoic and pragmatic young woman to the point where she can come off a little creepy. It's honestly heartbreaking seeing her lose her cool and come close to breaking down, trying to get through to one of her only friends. She and Raijin truly do care about Cypher, who knowingly or not took their friendship and loyalty for granted. It's this raw display of emotion which makes The Oath a fitting track for this scene, and further empowers the poetic contrast between Squall and Cypher. Cypher himself also kind of has a musical theme in Rivals, though it could also be considered more of a theme for his and Squall's rivalry. It's a stripped down and tense track, not something I think particularly embodies Cypher as a character, but it works well enough to build that tension between the two of them. Having it play during the interrogation scene at the start of Disc 2 really drives this home. Seed itself has a theme. It's driven mostly by booming percussion, appropriately making it sound like a military march. But the track I more closely associate with the organization is The Landing, which plays during the Dalit mission and the Battle of the Gardens. It's still got a strong percussive element, but its focus is more on the brass with a light sprinkling of synth. It invokes the feeling that the mission could fail at a moment's notice, nowhere is safe, and everything is riding on you. But it still gives you a minute to catch your breath. Compare this to the main battle theme, Don't Be Afraid, which I'm personally not really a fan of. To me, it's all just rising action and building tension with no release or respite. As a result, the different parts of it just sort of blur together for me.
I like this song. It got repetitive, though.
The boss theme, however, I adore.
Yeah.
It has that rising tension, it has moments of respite where the tempo slows down and the drums just stop, and I love the sound of the lead synth.
Yeah, man, with the
I
machine
don't know
gun
if I'd
is so
say it's
good.
one of my favorite boss themes, but I do enjoy it quite a bit.
Man with the machine gun, yeah. I love this song.
But neither of those compares in my mind to Laguna's battle theme, The Man with the Machine Gun. It's bouncy while
yeah,
still
we go.
being tense, but it
Oh, sorry,
also
not the
feels
Man with
more
the- yeah.
lax than the others. Like Laguna isn't taking the fight all that seriously. The synth in the opening bars also gives it this air of mystique that feels appropriate given the initially mysterious nature of these flashbacks.
Watching the
And
Black Mages
decision to
play
use
this
a
live
unique
makes me
track for
emotional.
Laguna's fights serves to further highlight the differences
They go at
between
it like
him and
true metal
Squall,
gods,
both
and I
through
love
the
it.
change itself and their respective instrumentation. Squall's is orchestral, whereas Laguna's is driven more by synth. On a lighter note, the Triple Triad theme is a bouncy little piece that maintains suspense without going overboard. The syncopation of the synth and bass keeps things upbeat while staying just offbeat enough for you to feel a slight bit of unease to keep you on your toes. It's also extremely catchy, and you might be hearing it a lot during a playthrough.
Dun, 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 dun.
The new Chocobo theme, Mods de Chocobo, was a pleasant surprise for me. It doesn't really play the full, complete melody that's been in place since Final Fantasy III, but it doesn't feel at all jarring. Its sound is rooted in the titular modernist, or mod, subculture that was prominent in mid-century Britain, and as a result, it ends up as a bit of a jazz R&B fusion. Personally, it reminded me a lot of The Doors, which is by no means a bad
did.
thing. It's a unique and upbeat take on the theme, and gets me excited whenever I hear it.
Gets me excited. I came here because
There are a
I need a
lot
better axe.
of tracks in Final Fantasy VIII. Not as many as in 7, but 70 plus tracks is still nothing to sneeze at. And while I originally didn't think much of it my first time through, after taking a fine-tooth comb to it, I can see why a lot of people, even those who don't enjoy the game, consider this their favorite soundtrack. But there are two pieces which deserve special recognition. The intro track, Liberi Fatali, and the series' first vocal track, Eyes on Me, both of which Uematsu
Liberi
considers to be the
Fatali.
game's main themes. While the first track you hear when you boot up the game is an original overture, the real opening theme is Liberi Fatali, the first track in the series to be recorded using both a live chorus and orchestra. Unfortunately, that's pretty much where my research on this specific track ends, which is a shame because, while it's far from the first video game track to be recorded this way, it's still a laudable achievement. But that doesn't mean there's nothing to talk about. It's probably the most ambitious track composed for the series up to this point, specifically because it's a live recording. The grandiosity of it heightens the intensity of Squall and Cypher's duel, and the use of imagery from later in the story keeps it from seeming too big for such a comparatively small scene, with the lack of context for that imagery piquing the player's curiosity. After all, it's just the opening. It's meant to draw you in. Liberi Fatali does this wonderfully, and it all starts with that ominous choir. Like the title, which is Latin for Fated Children, the lyrics themselves are also mostly in Latin, with Kazushige Nojima writing them in Japanese, and Taro Yamashita translating them into their final form. Except the translation is a bit rough around the edges, with the easiest example to point at being the title itself. The proper translation would be Liberi Fatalis. Translation errors aside, the lyrics reflect the journey the characters embark on in their fight against Ultimecia. It's poetic with its use of sleep as a metaphor for youth, and truth being both literal and symbolic of adulthood, finding one's true self. The idea of a garden is even used as a metaphor for the place where one finds that, which I think is a nice touch. But these aren't the lyrics that really stick out. That honor goes to the oft-repeated Phthos Lusec Wekos Vinosec. It sounds like Latin, like the rest of the lyrics, but it's not. In fact, it isn't a language at all.
No.
It's an anagram of succession of witches and love. While the main melody of Liberi Fatali crops up here and there throughout the game in tracks like The Landing and The Stage is Set, which are associated with the party, that faux Latin chant recurs in tracks related to Ultimecia, most notably in the aptly named Succession of Witches. It's an unsettling motif, complementing her largely abstract presence in most of the story, but it never overplays its hand. It stays steady, even when more instruments are added to the mix, possibly indicative of her confidence and composure. On the other side of that musical coin is Eyes on Me, a pop ballad with lyrics written by Kako Someya and sung by Chinese pop singer Fei Wong. The idea to have a main vocal theme actually originated during the development of Final Fantasy VII, when different members of staff were thinking about what they could now do with the PlayStation. Something like Eyes on Me didn't come to fruition then, as it was too short notice to really act on the idea, and it was felt that there wasn't a reason for such a track to suddenly pop up at the very end. However, One Winged Angel would use live recordings for its choir, making it a sort of test bed for the idea. The decision to go through with a vocal track for Final Fantasy VIII's main theme was made early in development, with Uematsu getting to work on it post-haste. He wanted the song to actually mean something to the story and characters, and decided to make it a ballad as a result. To find a singer, the development team brought in a ton of CDs to listen to together, with Uematsu specifically naming Celine Dion and Mariah Carey as part of the mix. But Kazushige Nojima was absolutely entranced by a CD of Fei Wong, and her voice left an impact on Uematsu as well, so they decided to go with her. As he learned more about her, Uematsu found himself increasingly fascinated by Wong, who was already an accomplished pop star and award-winning actor in her home country. I certainly hope he watched Chungking Express as part of his research. Wong accepted the offer for a supposed sum of $1 million US, though because of her schedule they had to record it in Hong Kong. Uematsu thought of Wong as having, quote, mystical qualities, owing to her heavenly voice and how she enjoyed singing in total darkness. As for its place in the story, Eyes on Me is both complimentary and...
Wow, singing in total darkness. I've never thought about that before. That's interesting.
diegetic. In the context of the world and story, it was written and sung by Julia heartily as a statement of love for Laguna, whom she never saw again after their one night together. It went on to become an international hit, catapulting her to stardom, but without the man she wrote it for, the success was bittersweet. You hear about the song here and there throughout the story, but it's worked into the score a handful of times in more subtle ways. Julia is playing a piano arrangement at the hotel during the first Laguna sequence, for example, and as noted earlier, Selphie and the others can play a cover of it on stage at the Garden Festival if you pick the correct instruments. However, the alternate version which most readily comes to mind for me is the arrangement that plays when Squall first meets Rinoa, Waltz for the Moon. As the title suggests, it's a waltz, but that alone isn't why it sticks out. The whole scene is lovingly crafted, feeling larger than life despite depicting something that is intimately human, going from Squall's awkwardness and being out of step with Rinoa to the two of them dancing in perfect sync. It's a wonderful representation of how their relationship will develop over time, and as a meet-cute, it's both romantic and timeless. It's just an exceptionally well-executed moment. But no discussion of Eyes on Me is complete without mention of the scene aboard the Ragnarok. Rinoa is finally awake after having fallen unconscious at the end of Disc 2. She and Squall have just narrowly escaped from dying due to a lack of oxygen in space, and now it's just the two of them, alone, on board a derelict spacecraft that's being guided back home. Squall has come to embrace Rinoa's affection and has spent most of Disc 3 longing for her to wake up, and now the two of them finally have a moment to breathe, to let their guards down, to simply be together. And the scene is set to the entirety of Faye Wong's recording of Eyes on Me. From a technical standpoint, this scene is cleverly put together. Event planner Hiroki Chiba had to carefully time the dialogue and animation frame by frame in order to make everything line up correctly with the song, and Wong's vocals were converted into samples for the PlayStation to play back in real time. The result is one of the most pivotal scenes in the entire game, bringing together the themes of letting go of childhood, stepping toward the future, and connecting with others without compromising on any of them. As for the song itself, which I unfortunately can't play here lest this video be ensnared by Content ID, its quality largely takes a back seat to its use and place in the story. On its own, it's good, mostly owing to Faye Wong's performance. But when heard in context, understanding its significance in this world and to these characters, it's wonderful. It is Squall and Rinoa's theme, even if it's actually about Julia and Laguna. But the intentionality behind that, and how it poetically colors Squall and Rinoa's relationship, is truly beautiful.
Beautiful.
Let's do a quick recap. Squall has abandonment issues that have kept him from opening up to other people since he was a child. Rinoa has been trying to get him to open up a little for the sake of those around him, and over time picks up on his subtle tells. He begins to listen to her about opening up, but it's tough for him. And then, at the end of Disc 2, after defeating Sorceress Adia, Rinoa hobbles over to Cypher, whispers something into his ear, and falls unconscious. This seems to flip a switch in Squall, as for much of Disc 3 he finds himself unable to concentrate on the mission. As Adia tells him and the others about Ultimecia and her plans, Squall's mind wanders to Rinoa, how he wishes she would wake up, that he wants, he needs to hear her voice again. He visits her in the infirmary, hoping that she'll wake up. He believes that alone could send him back to before Rinoa blacked out, just like how she sends his consciousness back to Laguna's time. But she's no longer on the White Seed ship. She jumped over to an Astharian vessel in the interim. With seemingly no choice, Squall carries Rinoa on his back as he walks along the transcontinental bridge from Fisherman's Horizon to Esthar, which has isolated itself from the outside world for 17 years. During a stop along the way, he opens up to her about his deepest fears, as though she could hear him. He tells her about how he worries too much about what others think of him, and how much he hates that part of himself, that it's just been easier for everyone to think of him as an introverted loner. It's the most vulnerable he's ever been with another person, and even though he knows she's unconscious, you really do get the feeling that he wants her to know this, his most closely held secret. Everything Squall does during Disc 3 is for Rinoa. He doesn't even hesitate to jump out into the vacuum of space to be with her, even if it means he'll die in the endless void too. The old Squall would never have done that, but for the first time, he's made a connection he truly wants to preserve. He's gotta see about a girl. As for how Rinoa feels about this, she's obviously ecstatic. Squall was the last person she thought about when she thought she was about to die in space, and when they safely board the Ragnarok and shed their spacesuits, the first thing she asks him to do is hold her, which he finally does when he sets the ship on course to return home. It makes her feel safe, like when her mother held her as a child, something Squall can't really relate to as he didn't know his parents, though Alone would hold his hand when they were at the orphanage. But Julia died and Alone left when the two of them were young,
it was such
and
an
Caraway
interesting
grew distant
story.
from Rinoa, who rarely had any lasting friendships growing up. She and Squall have been so lonely, but together they've found comfort. They can be at peace with each other, open up about their deepest fears and insecurities, and knowing that the other won't judge them. Their personalities have clashed for most of the story, but here, in this moment together, they are ever so briefly in sync, signified by Rinoa parroting Squall's catchphrase at the exact moment he says it. She can read him like a book, and he's okay with that. They resolve to leave their past behind and live in the moment. Squall is ready to face the future with her, but Rinoa believes this is impossible. For the entire time she was comatose, she was actually under Ultimecia's control. The sorceress had transferred her consciousness into her from Edea to play the long game, with her ultimate goal being to release Sorceress Adele from her orbital prison. In the process, Edea's sorceress power was transferred to Rinoa, turning her into a sorceress. Like Edea, Rinoa is afraid that Ultimecia could take control of her again at any time, and agrees to be imprisoned in a similar manner as Adele for the sake of the world. Nobody forces her to do it, but it's a decision which robs her of her future. It's the first time that Squall is genuinely conflicted about what he should do. As a seed, it's his duty to defeat sorceresses, and sealing Rinoa away would be the right thing to do as a seed. But as a person, he can't bear the thought. As his comrades are quick to remind him, he was willing to sacrifice himself for her up in space, so why would he let her go now? When faced with the choice to act on the duty that was instilled in him since he was a child, or act on his love for another human being, Squall chooses the latter. He doesn't care that Rinoa is a sorceress. He's in love with her, and that's reason enough for them both. For some, Final Fantasy VIII lives and dies on the strength of their relationship. If you view it as a love story above all else, then this should go without saying.
That's good.
And even if you don't look at it like that, it's still undeniably a major component of the story and its themes. Squall and Rinoa form a close bond with each other over time despite their clashing personalities, and through each other are able to find the will to overcome their respective pasts and look towards tomorrow. Cypher, Squall's eternal rival and Rinoa's former love interest, practically sold his soul to achieve his childhood dream of being a sorceress's knight. Squall became one through happenstance and is ready to be Rinoa's knight because he genuinely cares about her and wants to spend their future together. If Cypher wasn't such a hothead with a hero complex and had some sense of responsibility to others, who's to say he couldn't have ended up in Squall's position here? And let's not forget our old pal Laguna, whose fleeting encounter with Julia was the first in a series of dominoes that led to Rinoa being born in the first place. But his impact is even greater than that. He and Rain did eventually end up together, but when Alone was kidnapped because Adele wanted a successor, Laguna was ready to move heaven and earth to find her and bring her home. It's why he ended up being a photojournalist for Timber Maniacs, and an actor in that movie that may have inspired Cypher. He, Kyros, and Ward needed money to get to Asthar and save Alone. And the reason Alone, in the present, wanted to send Squall and the others back to change the past was because Laguna went to find her while Rain was pregnant. She wanted Uncle Laguna to be there for the birth of his child, and for Rain to spend her final moments with him. With Rain gone and Laguna still in Asthar, Alone and her new baby brother were sent to Edea's orphanage, which was one of the places Laguna stopped at on his way to Asthar. It's never stated outright, but the implication is that Squall was that child. Similar hair colors, consistent naming scheme, the orphanage, the connection to Alone, it all adds up. And when Laguna, Kyros, and Ward take up residence in the Ragnarok in the final hours of the game, Kyros tells Squall that he looks a lot like his mother, while Ward expresses that he should be glad he doesn't look like his father, suggesting they know, or at least knew, his parents. With this in mind, Squall's line about never knowing his parents turns into a bit of dramatic irony. He actually knew Laguna pretty well thanks to Alone's failed attempts to change the past, despite not knowing each other on a personal level. But more importantly, Laguna being Squall's father makes the latter's relationship with Rinoa more poetic. Laguna was Julia's true love, though due to mitigating circumstances, it was one which could never be. But their connection, while a relic of the past, lives on through their children, and I think that's beautiful. The notion that Cypher's dream was inspired by Squall's dad is also hilariously ironic. I am a proponent of Squall and Rinoa's relationship.
Me too.
But like other aspects of Final Fantasy VIII, I was aware of how contentious it was, and it wasn't hard for me to see why. For most of the game, while Rinoa acts playful and just a bit flirtatious, Squall didn't really show any obvious signs of interest or attraction that I could recognize, aside from a light chuckle at her attempts at flirting during the graduation party. When I described his overwhelming concern for Rinoa during Disc 3 as being like flipping a switch, I meant it. It's a complete 180 from his previous disposition to the point where he isn't concerned with anything else. He admits to himself that he's fallen for her, when little of what we had seen before this point would suggest this. No declarations of affection, be they verbal or physical. This is probably the biggest reason why some don't find their relationship to be gripping or even believable, but there are a couple of things to keep in mind here. Firstly, this is a Japanese game, made by Japanese people who were born and raised in Japan. Despite this, there was an effort to try and tone down the Japanese-ness of the game during development, so as to not confuse other people around the world with culture-specific ideas. They mostly did a good job at this, but the one area that really suffers from being quote-unquote too Japanese would be Squall and Rinoa's romantic development. Japanese culture is much more socially conservative than those in the Western world, and this extends to dating and courtship. For instance, public displays of affection, like kissing, are generally frowned upon because they're seen as braggadocious, and showing affection through actions is preferential to merely saying, "I love you." Giving small but meaningful gifts is also a notable part of dating in Japan. Of course, it should go without saying that Japanese people are not a monolith, and that not every Japanese person agrees with or abides by these ideas, especially those of younger generations, and especially today. But with these ideas in mind, we can start to see how Squall and Rinoa would be a more believable romantic pairing from a Japanese perspective. The only time they ever embrace is when they're in private, be it when they meet in Timber or on the Ragnarok. Squall admits to himself that he's in love with Rinoa, but the two of them rarely have time alone when he can say as much out loud. And near the end of Disc 2, Squall gives Rinoa a ring of his that she likes. A ring that is special to him personally because of the lion engraved onto it. You even get to name the lion on the ring in this moment, though by default it's called Griever. The lion is a symbol of strength, an ideal for Squall to live up to, and by giving it to her, and letting her keep it when she's being taken away to be imprisoned, symbolically he's choosing to let his guard down around her. It's a gift that has significance to them both. And it's shortly after he does this that she's rendered comatose, and Squall's feelings bubble to the surface. The second thing to keep in mind about all this is that Squall and Rinoa are teenagers, with Squall in particular having difficulties processing and expressing his emotions. As a former teenager myself, I understand that this is part of the experience. There were times when I didn't fully realize I liked someone like that until they were upfront with me about their feelings, and even then I was often too inside my own head about it to really act on it. In other words, I don't find Squall's sudden dedication to Rinoa to be very hard to believe, because I've been there too. I've been so into someone that nothing else mattered around that age. It doesn't feel beyond the pale for someone like Squall. From where I'm standing, the love story in Final Fantasy VIII is a good one, elevated further by how it reflects the lives and stories of other major characters, and encapsulates the pervasive themes of connection and letting go of the past. And at least for me, it shines even brighter when compared against everything else that's unfolding while Squall is so focused on Rinoa. Because while I didn't have any issues with what some consider the weirder parts of Disc 2, I can't say the same about some of what unfolds during Disc 3. While Squall brings Rinoa up to Esthar's lunar base to see alone, and in doing so allowing Ultimecia to free Sorceress Adele from her prison, back on the surface, the Galbadian military have uncovered a massive floating pillar called Lunatic Pandora to initiate something called the Lunar Cry. This will bring hordes of monsters down to the planet from the moon, where they all apparently originate. Sorceress Adele had used it on Trabia during her time as Esthar's ruler during the Sorceress War, though any further plans were foiled by a resistance movement led by Laguna sealing her away. But who's doing it now, and why? Squall learns when Alone sends his consciousness into Rinoa's past that Ultimecia commanded Cypher to do it after moving her consciousness from Edea to Rinoa at the end of Disc 2. It's what she whispered in his ear, seeing as how he was Ultimecia's right hand when she was in control of Galbadia while possessing Edea. Him inheriting control of their military isn't a hard pill to swallow. Him in the military finding Lunatic Pandora also isn't hard to believe, considering how difficult it would be to hide it or records of where it was hidden when it was last seen less than 20 years ago. It would be pretty hard not to notice something that gargantuan floating from Esthar all the way into the middle of the ocean. But what has me scratching my head over the whole Lunar Cry business is what it serves thematically. I suppose you could argue that it relates back to the theme of connection by bringing monsters from the moon down to the planet itself, but these aren't sentient beings. They're simply monsters, creatures of habit and instinct. Connection is lost on them. Yes, Cypher is also holding Alone hostage inside Lunatic Pandora, as Ultimecia's been after her powers for the whole story, but that's just plot minutia to move certain things into place so that things can happen. Things that, and I know I've said this a lot throughout this video, we'll discuss momentarily. It was Ultimecia who put Cypher up to doing this, and the last Lunar Cry was instigated by Adele as a show of dominance, so perhaps its inclusion, thematically speaking, is meant to be interpreted as the past repeating itself, an attempt to prevent the world from moving forward by repeating a devastating event from the war, orchestrated by another sorceress no less? Or is it only a display of power like when Adele did it? And that doesn't even touch on the question of why the decision was made for monsters to originally come from the moon. For a hot minute, I thought it was all in service of highlighting Squall's devotion to Rinoa. The sky is red, monsters are pouring down from space, but he can't think of anything but her. But then I realized that, without it, Cypher would more or less have been hanging out to dry. Hey, it's Editing Drewby here with a quick interjection. I realized while editing this section that the reason Ultimecia had Cypher find Lunatic Pandora and initiate the Lunar Cry was probably because it was an easy way to bring Adele back down to the surface after transferring her consciousness to her from Rinoa. The station techs even comment that her tomb is coming down with a torrent of monsters from the moon. So yeah, this part really is just plot minutia to get things into place for the end game. No greater meaning or significance there that I can read. Now let's get back to Cypher. By bringing him back for one last confrontation after Squall has cemented himself as Rinoa's proverbial knight, and doing so by way of following orders from Ultimecia, we see just how far gone he is as a result of clinging to his boyhood dream. This insistence on holding onto a past that no longer exists, to the detriment of everything else, has led him to become Ultimecia's pawn. She preyed on his insecurities and turned him from an obstinate scumbag who lives by his own rules into a lapdog. Not even Fujin and Raijin can get through to him. Fujin pours her heart out and lays out how he's been manipulated, that they're concerned for him, and that they're not going to enable him. And Cypher simply lets go of them. He's lost himself to his ambitions which made it easy for Ultimecia to manipulate him. Cypher always had potential for greatness, which he demonstrates when he slices Odin in half if you picked him up before this fight. But like every other fight against him, Cypher isn't a challenge. His deference to Ultimecia has made him weak. And this is made even more amusing if you did get Odin, because after a certain point in the fight, Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy V crashes in from the space between spaces to retrieve Odin's blade and finishes Cypher with ease.
Fuck.
Gilgamesh. Like, the same one from Final Fantasy V. Literally
That's
the
insane.
exact same entity. The comic relief villain is the one to beat Cypher. That's just embarrassing. And he
305,
becomes
no
your
good.
replacement for Odin in the process. Brilliant, no notes. This doesn't deter Cypher, though, because
Wait, how do I
afterward
read
he
this?
forcibly joins Renoa with Adele's body, which is currently possessed by Ultimecia, though he flees the scene before Squall and the others catch up to clean up his mess. Cypher's story arc is a tragic one, and the inverse of Squall's. He was boisterous and egotistical early on, willing to play dirty to get what he wants, but certain acts and his inspiration to go down this path paint him as someone who wanted to be the hero. He did have a certain respect for Squall, which is glimpsed briefly during the Dalet mission, and he did gather the students who failed the field exam to applaud those who passed, an act which feels passive-aggressive or envious in the moment, but it's something that never comes up again, so it can be interpreted as genuine. Combine this with that respect for Squall and how he was willing to fight dirty even in a simple spar, and you could argue that Cypher thought he was doing Squall a favor and helping him improve. Add on to this his bullheaded and unauthorized attempt at holding President Deling hostage. He thought that Squall and the others weren't equipped to handle the possibility of facing the entire Galbadian military, and felt he was genuinely helping by inserting himself into the situation, even though he didn't really think past that. Furthermore, his showboating and flashy fighting style compared to Squall's calm and disciplined use of his own gunblade reflect a desire for recognition, to be admired and praised like a hero. Squall is already well respected by their fellow students despite his reserved nature, which probably drives Cypher absolutely crazy. Top this all off with being given the opportunity to finally realize his dream of becoming a sorceress's knight, the kind of hero he wanted to be since he was a small child, and you have quite the powder keg. Cypher's ego would never let him admit that he's wrong, and based on the movie that may have inspired his dream, he probably views sorceresses as inherently good people, and by extension he would view their knights as being inherently virtuous and justified in protecting them. By becoming Ultimecia's knight, he views himself as the hero of the story. Everything he does in her name is justified, and when it becomes obvious even to him that he's been used, his ego won't let him admit it. At that point, he's seeing it through to the end, just to prove that he was right to let himself be used. Cypher's fall is simply compelling, and seeing his normally pristine coat all filthy and torn up in the last confrontation with him is a nice little visual indicator of what he's sacrificed. It doesn't matter if he's given up slivers of himself to do it, or that he was manipulated. All that matters now is proving that he was right, and therefore proving that Squall is wrong. Again, it's compelling, though the elements surrounding this culmination are a bit lackluster to me. While Lunatic Pandora and the crystal pillar inside of it had their seeds planted as far back as the second Laguna flashback, all the way back in Disc 1, and the Lunar Cry was ever so slightly foreshadowed in the Laguna flashback of when he shot that movie earlier in Disc 3, they don't really stand very well on their own in my opinion. This, however, is all a prelude to the true finale of Final Fantasy VIII, Ultimecia herself. And because her ultimate plan is to compress all of time and space together, it's expected for things to start getting complicated. So, in order to properly discuss Ultimecia and her plans, I'm going to have to get into the weeds on how she's been going about it and how she intends to do it. Again, it does get complicated, and a good chunk of the reasoning and methodology is left for the player to infer based on context and implication, so I'll do my best to point out what is directly explained versus what's inferred, with language like suggests, possibly, could, and the like. But I'm going to need you all to bear with me through this. After rescuing Rinoa from the Sorceress Memorial, the party is contacted by the Office of Asthar's president to enlist Seed to carry out a plan to defeat Ultimecia. It's when they go to meet with the president that they learn that the man behind the curtain is Laguna, who was basically elected to the position after he helped seal Adele away 17 years ago. He and Dr. Odine suspect that the latter's research on Alone's brainwaves from when she was a child is used at some point in the future to build a machine that can send someone's consciousness back in time, and that this is the method Ultimecia has been using to take over Edea, Rinoa, and now Adele. Junction Machine Alone, Odine calls it. As for why Ultimecia has been after Alone this whole time, they believe that the machine can only send someone's consciousness back so far into the past, but Alone could send Ultimecia back even further to facilitate time compression. It's inferred that she needs to combine her powers with other sorceresses to do this, hence attaching her consciousness onto them in a manner similar to how we've been junctioning Guardian forces, and why she's been seeking out Alone to send her further back to another sorceress, while already junctioned to one in the present. Yes, it does sound complicated, but it's basically the same principle as one of those Russian nesting dolls. It could also be why she had Cypher forcibly combine Rinoa with Adele. Maybe it theoretically could have served the same purpose. Odine's plan is to use Ultimecia's plan against her. First, cut Adele down to size. They don't know which of the two sorceresses' consciousnesses will assert itself as the dominant one, given Adele's power, but either way, she's a threat to the whole world. Upon Adele's defeat, Ultimecia will pass her host's powers to Rinoa, just like she did when the party beat Edea. With her powers passed on, Adele will be able to die. With Ultimecia assuming control of Rinoa, Alone will send them both back in time to junction onto the mind of a younger Adele, so that Ultimecia can start time compression. After that's started, she'll pull Rinoa back to the present, interrupting the process, and potentially allowing the party to travel to Ultimecia's time to finally take the fight directly to her. It's a lot to throw at the player all at once. Pretty straightforward once you've wrapped your head around it, but it's still a bit dense and, dare I say, convoluted. But most of the pieces were already put in play long before this. The idea that Ultimecia is basically junctioning herself like a GF wasn't explicitly spelled out before now, but it's pretty obvious once you think of it in those terms. The fact that she was looking for Alone while possessing Edea and hadn't already started time compression feels like a bit of a tip-off. It was explained much earlier that sorceresses can only die after they've passed on their powers, and before going to meet Laguna in his office, Edea explains that she had already accepted a second sorceress's power after she was already a sorceress. So the idea that Rinoa can absorb Adele's power like she inherited Edea's isn't out of left field. This is all consistent with the rules of the world. It's just a lot to take in and process even on a surface level and can quickly become confusing. But it also illustrates why Ultimecia works as a villain from a thematic standpoint. While Squall has had to work to build strong bonds between himself and those around him, and has begun to grow as a person because of it, the only connections that Ultimecia has are entirely forced and artificial. She uses a machine to forcibly insert her consciousness into other sorceresses in order to further her own destructive ambitions. In the process, she forces Rinoa to inherit sorceress powers to use her as well. Moreover, these forced links are always with people living in the past, while Squalls are not just in the present, but also working towards the future. Ultimecia is, quite literally, living in the past, and strives to entrench herself even further backward to realize her goal. But the party are ready and willing to push forward into that unfamiliar future to save the world, and it's only through their shared bonds that they're able to retain their sense of self through the chaotic miasma of time compression. And what is it that anchors them together? The orphanage. Before they go through with the plan, Laguna tells them that, in order to not be torn apart by time compression, they all need to focus on each other, and the bonds they share. Squall even notes how corny it is, but he goes along with it. When time is being compressed, he tells them all to concentrate on the orphanage, in the hopes that that's where they'll all end up in the future. And after battling through a succession of witches through distorted revisitations of places they've been to on their journey, that's exactly what happens. While they had originally forgotten it and found each other again later in life, Edea's orphanage is the link that brought them together. Moreover, it was that time of their lives which would become the foundational point for who they all grew up to be. It's important for them all both as individuals and as a group. And apparently, it looks to be important to Ultimecia as well, as it's where she's chained her floating castle. The setting is harrowing. While the orphanage was never quite pristine, it was always scenic, with the bright stone of the Greek-esque building almost seeming to shine in the sun, and vibrant patches of grass
The
giving a
orphanage was
sense of
weird.
liveliness despite it being abandoned. But this is the complete opposite. Everything is decaying underneath a blackened sky, with the corpses of seeds littering the back end of the building, having been felled by the sorceress. The world as a whole has been devastated. You can go back to the world map through these gates partway up the chain to the castle and reacquire the Ragnarok, but there's little to do now but fight monsters and prepare for the final battle. Ultimisia's castle is probably the most involved final dungeon in the series so far. Upon entering, your use of everything outside of basic physical attacks is taken away from you. You can't even save your game, revive your party members, or use limit breaks. The only way to get them back is to defeat 8 bosses scattered throughout the castle, with each victory granting you the use of one of the 8 abilities again. But it's not as simple as finding the bosses and beating them, as several of them require you to solve a puzzle in order to reach them, with 1 or 2 of them requiring you to swap between 2 parties in order to unlock them. It's also steeped in gothic horror stylings and is so foreboding in its scope and scale that it does feel genuinely intimidating at times. There are so many different rooms and halls, courtyards, dungeons, and towers. Did this place always belong to Ultimisia, or was it used for someone or something else before she took it for herself? It's definitely got that arch-villain feel. The bosses themselves vary a bit in terms of power, difficulty, and strategy, but an aspect which a decent number of them share is a high vitality stat, so the effectiveness of your physical attacks is reduced. This is especially true for the Red Giant, though thankfully you can draw-cast gravity magic from it in order to fractionally reduce its HP until you're able to land a killing blow. If you missed any of the GFs that could be drawn from bosses throughout the game, this is also your second chance to nab them, at least in the international versions. Each boss after the Sphinx in the entrance hall will have one, so depending on which ones you missed, you may want to reacquire the draw ability sooner than later. Though these bosses also have some pretty good magic that's worth drawing if you want to top off on your supply, so choosing draw first may be beneficial even if you got all of the GFs before coming here. After defeating them all and getting your abilities back, however, you're able to face one last foe before taking on Ultimisia, Omega Weapon, the ultimate super boss of Final Fantasy VIII. After ringing a bell in a room off to the right side of the entrance hall with one party, a cloud of dark smoke in the cathedral will take on this corporeal form. You have 60 seconds from tugging the rope to swap back to your main party, run into the cathedral, and interact with it to start the fight. Omega has a set attack pattern, which makes it predictable, but you need to be prepared to deal with every single part of it. It opens with level 5 Death, which can instantly wipe out your whole party right at the start of the fight if their level is divisible by 5. If they aren't, then no worries, but if you decided to grind to level 100, which is by no means necessary to win the fight, then you have to junction 100 death spells to your status defense to survive it. From there, it alternates between conventional and unique spells: Meteor, Megiddo Flame, Gravija, Terra Break, Ultima, Light Pillar, Repeat, with some basic physical attacks thrown in for good measure. You need to be on top of all of it though, because the relatively normal spells are meant to soften you up for its big moves. Megiddo Flame is an amped up version of Heartless Angel, except instead of bringing everyone down to 1 HP, it deals exactly 9,998 damage, meaning everyone has to have max HP to survive it. Terra Break is a 16-hit attack that deals thousands of points of damage and can instantly wipe out your whole party unless you use the defend command to keep at least one person alive. And Light Pillar will deal 9,999 damage to a single party member, instantly knocking them out. In addition to the defend command, speed is going to be your best friend in this fight. Having auto haste equipped to someone to cast Aura on Squall, revive downed party members, or use a Mega Elixir, which you can get 100 of if you use card mod on the Bahamut card, can make all the difference. Omega Weapon absorbs all elements, so you have to forego junctioning elemental magic to your weapon and go purely physical. Squall's Limit Break is the most effective way of bringing Omega Weapon down, especially if he has the Lion Heart. But regardless of whether you do, the battle is a marathon, not a sprint. Thankfully, you can cheese the fight a bit by constantly using potions on it, which renders Omega Weapon unable to attack while you wail on it. It can buy you a bit of time or completely stall the beast out if you have enough time and potions. While it's stalled, you could even draw some of the best magic in the game, including Ultima, though I would personally recommend against it since there are other avenues of stocking up on them. That said, the rewards for winning the fight are somewhat meager. 3 wishes, which can be refined into 100 triples, which is good, and the Proof of Omega reward in the tutorial menu, aka bragging rights, as is the tradition with Final Fantasy super bosses at this point. Not that I'm complaining, of course, because once you beat the toughest boss in the game, any reward would go to waste since there'd be nothing left. As it stands, Omega Weapon is a solid and tense super boss, but obviously it's best saved for after you've defeated Ultimecia. With nothing left to stand in their way, Squall and his friends finally confront Ultimecia face to face. Her design is striking, carrying herself with black wings, sporting white hair fashioned into large horns, a striking and revealing red dress, and piercing golden eyes surrounded by purple facial markings. In the localization, she sports an accent that's communicated by her use of the letter K in the place of any hard Cs. As such, I read her dialogue in a light German accent, but the intention seems to be to make her feel more different and other. However, her actual dialogue is pretty uninteresting. Standard evil villain type stuff, cursing Seed for meddling in her plans to enact time compression and declaring how she'll make them suffer a fate worse than death. But in the Japanese version, there's a bit more to her megalomania here that points towards an actual motivation. A motivation which was already laid out all the way back in Disc 1, even in the English version. In the Japanese script, she angrily asks them why they refuse to let sorceresses be free, which calls back to what she said in Galbadia while possessing Edea. She chastised the world for welcoming her as their ambassador when, historically, sorceresses were feared, hated, even hunted. The idea is that Ultimecia is lashing out against all of the peoples of history for the cruelty inflicted on sorceresses for simply being sorceresses. And as she's making her big villain speech before the final battle, in the Japanese version, she backpedals on making the party suffer non-existence as retribution, and instead declares that she'll make them worship her, the sole existence, for all eternity. In the English script, this is instead written as, "I shall send you to a dimension beyond your imagining. There I will reign, and you will be my slaves for eternity." While I can see how the latter is meant to convey the former, the big point of divergence is the lack of that sole existence part. It infers that Ultimecia will use time compression to not just condense all of existence together, but that she'll mold a new world to her liking. A world where she, the most powerful sorceress in all of creation, will not only rule but be loved and worshipped. It's something she probably never had in her own life, as like she said, sorceresses have been persecuted throughout history, something even Renoa was worried about when it's revealed that she became one. It's an understandable motivator which, while not completely absent from the English script, may as well be thanks to its exclusion from this scene, as well as the muddling of her intentions. It also completely removes her description of what time compression actually does to a person, paring it down from thoughts, memories, and even one's own sense of self being ripped away from them, down to death beyond death, and the aforementioned dimension beyond your imagining. It not only misses the abstract and existential horror of such a fate, but bleeds it into the localization's poorly worded version of her goal. It's bad. Completely missing the point of what she actually said in the Japanese version. But this isn't to the end of the changes and exclusions made in the localization. For the second phase of the fight, she summons Griever to fight the party for her, calling it the most powerful Guardian force in the English version. And it certainly is powerful, with its Shockwave Pulsar attack alone being able to wipe the entire party with ease. However, this is only a small part of her dialogue in the Japanese version. "I will summon the one you believe is most powerful. The stronger you believe he is, the stronger he becomes. That will surely make you suffer." The localization completely omits that she calls Griever specifically because of its importance to Squall personally, and her taunt when she commands it to attack is similarly trimmed down and devoid of intent. The reference to GFs causing memory loss is excised completely in favor of the part about making the party suffer, and this removal cascades into her dialogue during the final phase of the fight. Taunts about remembering old childhood feelings and having to leave them behind because of time's unceasing march forward are almost completely lost in trying to condense it all into the same space. I think the constraints of the size and number of text boxes may have been an issue. It's not like the sizes of text boxes in the field couldn't have been changed, but those used for dialogue during battle may have been less flexible to work with. As we've brought up in previous videos, Japanese is a much more compact language than English, and as such more can be said with fewer characters. It's entirely possible that the localization team simply had to deal with the hands they were dealt and condense this information as best they could, and the result creates a ripple effect on the entire story. Time is an especially prominent theme throughout Final Fantasy VIII. Letting go of the past and looking towards the future is a big part of this, but it's also still just a part of it. Squall and the others forgetting their past because of the GF plays into this. To a certain extent, they have no choice but to let go of the past, regardless of their hopes for the future. But the notion of time continually moving forward is something that is both subtle and omnipresent, most especially through gameplay. The way you engage with Final Fantasy VIII's systems can reveal how much you value your time. Empowering yourself through continuously drawing magic in battle takes a lot of time, and it's a boring and almost entirely mechanical process. Playing Triple Triad to win cards to convert into items and then magic accomplishes the same thing, but can be done earlier and facilitates connection with others. Blowing through the game without consideration for powering yourself up may be faster at first, but at some point you may hit a roadblock that feels like you have to grind in some way to overcome. No matter which decision you make, how you engage with the game, the common denominator between them all is time spent. The value you place on time and your relationship with it will influence how you engage with Final Fantasy VIII. It's also this theme of time which fuels another immensely popular fan theory about the game, specifically about Ultimecia, her past, and her motives. Regardless of whether you're playing the game in English or Japanese, I think it's fair to say that Ultimecia, at least on the surface, is not all that interesting or compelling as a villain. Her relationship with Squall is very impersonal, and if you're not really attuned to reading subtext and picking up on deeper themes, she feels almost purposeless, a villain who's evil for the sake of it. I mostly disagree with this assessment, as there is motive to her actions, but moreover, I find that Ultimecia's significance as a villain is more similar to Kefka from Final Fantasy VI than to Sephiroth from FF7. It's what her goal represents, the inability to let go of the past, that acts in philosophical opposition to the party and makes their conflict compelling. However, unlike the Squall is dead theory, which goes off in its own direction in search of meaning, the Rinoa is Ultimecia theory falls more in line with the themes the game is communicating here. The theory itself supposedly dates back to November 2001, and is built mostly on circumstantial evidence regarding sorceresses, notably how the world hates them, and their inability to die until they pass on their powers, as well as Rinoa's desire for time to stand still so she and Squall can stay together, some notable aesthetic parallels between her and Ultimecia, images of the two flickering between each other in the ending FMV, and Ultimecia's calling of Griever, which shares a name with Squall's ring that he gave to Rinoa. In fact, if you renamed the ring, the GF Ultimecia summons will have the same name, which is why Squall was fighting Isolation in the final battle of my second playthrough. It's an interesting theory to be sure. The idea that this is a future version of Rinoa who's lost Squall and desperately wants to create a world where they're together forever is equal parts tragic and romantic. It's something I could get down with, but after learning about how much Ultimecia's dialogue during the final confrontation was butchered, I'm not so sure. Notably, she calls Griever specifically because Squall sees it as the strongest GF, which paints her summoning it as something closer to playing mind games than having what remains of her deceased knight protect her in her hour of need. In the English version, you only really get the memo about how Squall perceives it if you use scan on it, which the player is unlikely to do because they've likely been conditioned to not expect it to reveal HP or weaknesses for bosses. Her English dialogue is much less pointed than the original Japanese, which more clearly built on the theme of letting go and moving forward. But because this is actually compatible with the theory, it's not quite a deterrent. The big holes in the theory, then, come from the need to make assumptions about how Rinoa would end up like this. Would she be persecuted for being a sorceress, especially since she's now the only sorceress around in her time? Probably. Would this persecution have an adverse effect on her emotional and mental state?
Where did my sword go?
Maybe. Could she outlive Squall? Yes. She
Where did my
can't
sword
die
go?
unless she passes on her powers. But it's this dependence on continued assumptions for what could happen that puts me off the theory a bit. Not to mention that, while it is cogent with the themes at play, it doesn't really strengthen them in any way that's more meaningful than what's already laid out in plain text. Ultimecia was persecuted for being a sorceress, as all sorceresses have. She can't let go of that, nor of an old prophecy saying that she'll be defeated by a legendary seed, and wants to remake existence so that she can be worshipped as a goddess. The only things in her way are the ability to do it, and seed. All the pieces are already there. But I guess because her relationship with the party is more abstract, some feel the need to give her a more direct and personal connection. I understand why, and I'm not knocking the theory or those who follow it, but I just don't think it really helps the story or themes as much as others believe. For what it's worth, while Yoshinori Kitase denied this theory in 2017, in 2018 he did retract his answer when asked about it again during a promotional event for Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. However, he didn't turn around and say yes. Rather, he suggested that such an idea may have been present in earlier drafts of the script as a contribution of either Kazushige Nojima or Tetsuya Nomura, but denied such a direct connection being a part of the final manuscript. If the connection was ever part of the plan for Final Fantasy VIII's story, it wasn't his idea, but he suspects that, if it was ever in there, it probably would have come from Nojima. That was 6 years ago, and as far as I've been able to find, neither Nojima nor Nomura have commented on the matter, so whether the idea was ever on the table during development is currently unknown. Personally, I think a lot of these pieces line up well enough without much reaching that I wouldn't be surprised if it was considered at some point. But I think the story still works without it. Arguably, it works better without it, since the idea that Rinoa would ultimately go back on the lessons that were learned throughout this story feels self-defeating, figuratively and literally. As for the actual fight, it's a strong showing, though a tiny bit frustrating. There are 4 stages: Ultimecia on her own, Griever on its own, Griever with Ultimecia junctioned to it, and her final form, which sees her beginning to absorb all of existence. It's one thing that her physical body is hanging upside down and bound underneath the monstrous form she's produced, but it's another level of cosmic horror to see what looked like part of the background of the stage was actually part of the character model, absorbing time and space. It's a subtle effect that you wouldn't really see unless you scanned her final form, but you'll never look at it the same way again after. The biggest frustration about the whole ordeal is that Ultimecia chooses your party members at the start of the fight, aside from Squall, so it's very likely that you'll start at a disadvantage with party members who you may not have equipped any junctions to. Thankfully, this is only as permanent as you allow it to be, as party members who take too long to be revived are replaced with another one on the bench. This way, you can kind of wait things out until you get your main party in play, but this also plays on that theme of connection. The implication is that the party members who are replaced are more susceptible to losing themselves during time compression because the others either didn't care or weren't focused enough on helping each other to revive them. It's an interesting way of tying that into the gameplay for the final battle, but unless you deliberately set up everyone to be able to fight, which you're kind of conditioned not to do, it ends up being more of a brief nuisance. Thankfully, Ultimecia goes down pretty easily in her first phase, so you could use Griever's higher power to your advantage to get your preferred party members out. Shockwave Pulsar does incredibly high damage that is guaranteed to knock out your non-junctioned party members. The real trouble lies in Ultimecia's final form, which not only casts her own version of Heartless Angel, Hell's Judgment, but can cast the obscenely powerful Apocalypse spell once her HP is low enough to reveal her lower half. But the fact that she draws the spell from her lower half is also meant to act as a clue. You can also draw cast Apocalypse. And the stage for this final climactic battle is set with one final reprise of that chant we heard all the way back at the beginning, leading into her final boss theme, the Extreme. It starts out unsettling, with the growl of the void and the haunting choir giving way to an eerily pleasant acoustic guitar? Gradually it builds, underscored by this sinister, electronic, bassy hum, and then... I never realized how much I missed that riff until this very moment. Probably the tensest part of this fight, though, is the end of it. It doesn't take much to bring her HP down to 0, but that doesn't immediately finish her off. Bringing her down to 0 gets her monologuing, waxing poetic about how growing up means needing to leave something from childhood behind. But it's not just an uninterrupted string of text. She keeps attacking you while she's talking. She can still win even when you've brought her down to nothing at all if you get careless. But eventually, she will succumb to your blows, and her plans of retribution and godhood will come to an end.